All right. Good morning. My hair is a mess. I thought I fixed that before I came on live. Oh well, minor problems, right? It is like chilly and damp outside, so I have not gone for my run. Decided what I'm going to do today. Okay, back that up. Good morning. Welcome to the Atelier Nikazuki live stream of chaos, as usual. My name's Katie, and it's August 8th, 2025. I just about said 26, but 25 is the actual correct year. I don't know why 26 is on the brain. And it's rainy and shitty outside. So I have not gone, what I was going to say is I have not gone for my run yet. I decided that today I'm going to come down and sew first. Shock. And then I will go out and I will run this afternoon when it's a little bit warmer and not raining. It was actually pouring rain when I took the kids to school this morning. And honestly, it's like one of those situations of like, I wanted to have my coffee before I went for a run and use the washroom so that there's no like washroom logistics, because washroom logistics in Cochrane suck. Like it's difficult as shit and sometimes involves shit. So I don't like using a porta potty if I don't have to. My little princess ways. I have other princess ways too, but that's one of the big ones. Especially because right now they never have fucking hand sanitizer in them. I'm like, why don't these porta potties have hand sanitizer? It's so gross. Anyway, town being cheap with our property taxes, I guess. Don't want to pay for hand sanitizer. Anyway, I will be going out later when there's less logistics to be concerned about. It means I can actually, I'm having a second French press of coffee this morning. Usually I only have one. This one will be a little bit slower, which is probably for the better. And what we're doing right now is my eldest was only asleep for what, like an hour and a half last night or something like that, which means that they were down here at like 10:45, which means I barely had any time to sew last night because they went to bed at 7-ish, but the youngest went to bed at like didn't go to bed until what, like 9, I think, or something like that. So here we are. Okay, sorry, the chat windows are all over the goddamn place right now. Streamlabs is not receiving the chat, so I just zoomed in on the YouTube channel instead. Anyway, the plan was last night was to get these to the point of like being able to smash them together, basically. Obviously that did not happen. So we are going to attempt to get more of this done today. Now I do still have tomorrow to sew as well. It's just that the kids are home, so yeah. I know I'm spoiled in the fact that they go to preschool and summer camps and all of this, but like it makes such a massive difference on production ability. So anyway, the other reason to not run until this afternoon is I really miss being able to do like my runs and gym at like, basically go to the gym at like 7 and then run at like 8. I really miss that. Because it's just like, even when Dallas is home right now, it's like the energy just is not there to do that. So it's like, ooh. But anyway, cat problems. I do need to get my weight training back in though, because I have not focused in on that, but I did take the break that my body needed instead, which is also important, mentally and physically. Osaka Marathon, by the way, has gone to draw already. They were saying, when did the signups open? On July 30th? And then they said around, I think, August 6th or something like that, they had over 14,000 applicants-ish. And then now we're already to draw. Last year it took until August 15th for them to know that they had to go to draw. So, yeah. My estimates were that I was going to have about a 50% chance, but if it continues on this path, it's definitely going to be less. Now, am I going to be heartbroken if I don't get it? No. Will I be annoyed? Yes, a little bit, but I'm not going to be sad. I want to run Osaka, but it won't be the end of the world, so. I will survive. Ding, 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 ding. It's like little... My belly's itchy today. I don't know why. Alright, so yeah, we're going to get these all sewn down. So the first installation seam is to get them tacked into the bags. And then the second installation, or the next thing, is I'm going to split them into I've talked about this ad nauseum. I will continue to talk about this ad nauseum until it's done. But the second portion that we need to do is to... split them into because there's two sides, we'll split them in half, because then what we can do is we can sew all the one seam pockets, which will be the two pocket side when we actually get them into the bags, and then all the two seam pockets, which will be the 3 pocket side on the other side. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So anyway, cranking along. I was really hoping to have this part done last night. What I did get done is I did take the coast. So part of what I fucked around with yesterday was getting coasters done before I came online / before lunch, basically. You look like you need an extra trim here. Do you? No, you're correct. Are you the one that's incorrect, or are we just crooked? That one's a little bit higher. Okay, so we'll justify it more there. That looks straight. Yeah, I got coasters done. The youngest saw them this morning, and they gasped in delight, oh, I love them. And then they're like, can I have one? And I'm like, well, you can't have these ones because these are for work, but I will make you one. So now I gotta figure out what I'm going to make them one from. I have a bunch of Pokemon fabric and stuff that I'm going to make matching clothes out of. So I feel like what I should do is make them a coaster from that. They're like, and they're fine. They're like, yes, as long as it's a cat head. And I'm like, yep, I can 100% do a cat head. That's all I make. That's the only shape that coasters come in for us. Although some circle coasters would be fun. But the thing about the cat heads is I've sized them so that when you put your mug on them, large, small, doesn't matter really, it looks like your mug has cat ears. And no, these are not on the website yet. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have some more coffee. Oh, there's too much cream in there. I dosed it for just being able to continue to pour coffee onto it. But it's basically just cream. Gross. Oh, it's like coating my tongue. Yuck. Well, I guess that means that the last cup will be the proper ratios. I guess. I don't know. Oh. Alright, it's definitely gotten drier now. So that's, I say, as the sky continues to drip, apparently. I hope it is drier on, I'm gonna have to cut the yard on Sunday. I have to make sure I get out for litter today as well because there's extra air miles promotion. And I need the litter anyway, so I may as well take advantage of the air miles. So that'll be one of the chores we do today as well. I'm just doing pizza pops tonight, so that's part of why I'm able to, it'll be super easy to go do the run and then pick the kids up. And then we'll come home, we'll make pizza pops. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. I do really like using this ruler. It is way faster than using the little 6-inch ruler. Also, just realized that one of the ways I can measure this is actually right from the base up, because it's a certain, you cut a certain size wedge and it's supposed to be an inch above the wedge. So I could just take this and line it up like that. And then it's even easier. My God. Efficiencies. Actually, I do think that these pockets have been coming together faster than usual, so that's exciting. Am I overcommitted? 100%. Do I think I'm going to be able to finish all of these bags? I have a slim plus chance to finish them all right now. We are saying that being Delulu is the Salulu today. Oh God. But when am I not saying that? So we definitely won't be getting any small box bags done or anything like that, and that's fine. That was the other thing that was on the list. But there's a bunch ready to sew as soon as we get back, which is good. Basically, so Dallas isn't heading up to work until Thursday morning now, which is nice because that means that we'll be able to actually spend Wednesday together, which will kind of be our vacation because the kids will be at school. Oh, I gotta message the school and let them know they'll be out for a couple days. So I won't be on until Thursday next week. And I mean Thursday after Fibrations, so I guess not yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. All right, we are nearly through all the paw prints, which is awesome because that's the what, oh, right. That was the larger pile to get through because the other ones I already had some sewn for ones and they just hadn't gotten assigned, I guess might be the best description, matched up with the bags that we're gonna have them sewn in. So that's good. Paw prints, there was 24, 25 to get sewn. So the fact that we're almost there means that once we're through that, we'll be well over halfway. I'm gonna keep the white ones aside for now, and we will do white with the lighter blue. Because it strikes me that the lighter blue might actually match up better with some of the bags that would take white normally. All right, which means that we'll get to them in a few minutes here. Actually going, yeah. They can go down there. And I only have 2 more sets of paw prints to sew. Yay, so 4 more paw print fabrics, 4 more paw print fabrics, 4 more paw print fabrics, coffee. Yeah, like, look at that. It's like, it's basically, it's lighter than my skin tone. Even my untanned, yep, my untanned underbelly, it's still lighter than that. Ugh, like drinking a mug of warm cream. Ugh. Gross. Gross for me. If that's what rocks your boat, go for it. It's not what I'm looking for. I guess there's the same amount of caffeine in there, but oh well. It's like looking like it's not going to pour rain the rest of the day, which is nice. The forecast didn't say that either. Ugh, I was out for my run before lunch or after lunch yesterday in the afternoon before I came on stream. And I guess I didn't come on stream at all yesterday, so until the evening, never mind. But post lunch run, and I was like watching the clouds roll and I'm like, ooh, all right. Gross. I just realized that portion in the back there, which is very flat, I need to go do 400-meter intervals today. And the back portion of where I just ran yesterday is damn near 800 meters. So I wonder that would maybe be a good spot to go run instead of driving down to the. Actually, what I would do is I would drive down there and park there, because my plan was to go run. There's a loop around down by the river, so I was gonna go run a loop down by the river, which would work as well still. And actually, it is flatter. I would need, part of what I would end up needing to do for the 400 meters on this end is it would be about 50 meters that I'd have to do, like running and then walking back. It's damn near. Okay, there was all the paw prints, or the blue paw prints. Now we've got, oh shit. This damn fabric really messed with like what we're able to do. Okay. Let's just grab another piece. And then I'll figure out what I'm going to do. Maybe, because some of these do have a smaller amount required. So maybe we'll just, like the lining needs to be a little bit smaller. So maybe we'll just adjust it to that. Anyway, the fabric went like, the selvage slowly crept into the print on this one, which was super annoying. It's super cute. I love it. I had not realized how directional it was when I purchased it, but you know, live and learn. Because the other paw prints have been so kind of like that meandering path or whatever the hell. They look like cats wandering in a garden sort of thing. I need to harvest some of our peas before we leave so we can nom our peas. They're out there like, they're struggling. I didn't get their net up soon enough, so they're having issues. I'll have to see if I can like prop them up extra when I trim the grass on Sunday. Sunday's gonna be like the cleaning morning for downstairs. Tara's gonna come over. She's gonna help do whatever I assign her, delegate to her. Mostly it'll involve stuff like pulling drawstrings and probably testing snaps. I might work on the snaps while she's here. I feel like that's a good block in which to do that. But some of that will also be like, all right, I need to go cut the grass. Can you watch the kids? The kids will sit in the room and watch their iPads while I cut the grass, if the weather is dry enough. If not, then I'll cut it on Monday when we have to do house tidy. Actually, that's a better option. I'll cut it on Monday. Alrighty. Then we have 17 blues to do. Wrong pile, Katie. So we'll do that after this. I'm doing this with the white lining, the batik, because this is going into sweater cats, and sweater cats will look really good with white lining. This is part of the reason why I've standardized my lining color, is that then there's less guesswork. It's just like everything gets this nice neutral sand. It is neither a cool color nor a warm color, and we're good. I've been listening to a lot of books recently because obviously with just sewing and sewing and sewing and sewing and sewing, or well, work, maybe not necessarily all sewing. But it's what I listened to that was like, there's been a lot of really good books recently. Last week it was Shield of Sparrows by Devney Perry. Holy fuck. I know I've already talked about it, but I'm going to talk about it again. It was so fucking good. Slow burn. There is some spice in it. So yeah, but I can't decide if it's like, I think I would qualify it not as romantasy, but probably fantasy romance, because I do feel like it was like a lot heavier on the fantasy side. I say that and now I'm like, there wasn't magic though. So romantasy, which means that the romance was like the driving, although it's not really. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. There's lots of monsters involved, which was very different from a lot of stuff I've read recently. The narration was really good. The heroine and the male, like both the female and main male characters were dynamic. Oh my God. Because here's the thing. Everyone's like, we want strong female characters. It's like, no, that's boring. You want a dynamic female character. And the same with the guys, because it's like, if the guy's just a cardboard cutout, well, that's not very interesting either. I want them to have their motivations and like intrigues and everything like that. Both of them. That's the difference. And then what I read after that, and then I read Deep End. I've talked about that one too. Ali Hazelwood is just, everything I've read of her so far, I adore, and Deep End was no different. Light BDSM themes again, and I think honestly on the higher spice level than even Shield of Sparrows. Worth it though. And then, but all of Ali Hazelwood's are higher spice books so far that I've read. What have I read of hers? The Love Hypothesis, that's all, and Deep End now. But both of those have been higher spice. She's got, her characters are female in STEM, women in STEM, which is super awesome as well. They are very smart, and I would put it as I always read them as a little bit autistic coded, not like they fully are. I can't decide if she's writing them as autistic coded or if she's just writing them as socially oblivious. They're both then. They could be both. Definitely socially oblivious, especially in Deep End. Oh my God, this poor girl. So get past the first 30 to 40 pages. It does get better. One of my friends DNF'd it because she's like, I can't stand her. And I'm like, well, it got better, but I get it. Damn 21-year-olds. And then after that was another really, I've been listening also to the Bewitched and Bespelled books by Laura Thalassa. That's our September book club pick. Deep End was our August read because I don't know, swimming and diving feels like an awesome summer one. So we did that one. Yeah. Bewitched and Bespelled. Although the third is like a 2.5. It's a prequel that you read third. And so I picked that up for vacation read because I promised myself I was going to read Deep End on vacation, and then I crushed it at home instead. That's fine. It wasn't definitely not a hard read. And what the fuck else was there? There was like a really good one in between those two. I usually do keep track of my reads on Goodreads. What the fuck happened there? Okay. Thanks, YouTube. It just like, or Safari, it just like went poof. You totally want a large window, right? No, no, I don't. Thank you. Okay, scroll up. Are we still streaming? We're still streaming. That's good. Anyway, there we go. What did I read? My books. What the fuck are you doing, Safari? Don't stop doing that. Fuck off. Wild. Get out of here. I have you adjusted as I want you. Stop. Oh, I just, well, yeah, duh. I literally just finished it yesterday. The Familiar by Leigh Bardugo. Well, closed door spice. It's obvious that they're banging, but it doesn't tell you about it. Anyway, it was really good. I just finished that yesterday. Oh, and I listened to the Atlas Paradox as well, which is the second book in the Atlas 6 by Olivia Blake. I was very unsure when I started it because it was a lot more metaphysical than I remember the first book being, and then it just got even more, but the end was totally worth it. It's got time travel in it. Time travel is always a trip, so literally. But yeah, it was good. And then there is a third. It's a trilogy, and I can see that it definitely needs to be a trilogy, so anyway, that's what I've been reading. I'm really oh, and then yeah, currently I'm reading The Magician of Tiger Castle by Louis Sachar. And if you are like, I recognize Sachar, I recognize that name. Yes, he is the author of Holes, which was a young adult book, or is an young adult book, but this is an adult book now, so just don't mix it up. There's nothing explicit sex right now, but it definitely is dealing with more adult themes, and the main character's 37, so it is funny though. It's a light read. I'm really enjoying it. I think it just came out. I subscribed to Libro FM, and so I was able to buy it through Libro FM, or like trade my credit, and then my local bookstore gets some of the kickback from the purchase of this audiobook, which is a lot of fun. Basically, it's like if I purchased it through Found. So that's nice. All right, we're almost done installing pockets, at least the first portion of pocket installation. More coffee in. Actually, I just realized that might also be, I'm like so we usually buy Kicking Horse through Costco. Dallas is like, ooh, there's a new flavor. We're going to try it. But it turns out it's pre-ground. And because we do the French press, we usually grind our coffee first thing in the morning. And I wonder, actually, now that I think about it, I'm like, been playing around with the ratios, and I wonder if I messed up the ratio as well. There's definitely too much cream in that cup as well. But I wonder, yeah, if it's just coffee ratios off too. It's weak coffee. At least I can tell that there's coffee there. It's not like a bean wandered through this water 2 weeks ago or anything like that. Which some coffees are like that. It's like a singular bean. Just one. That's all that happened. All right. There were like 17 blue ones to stitch. I'm just gonna get this pile on my lap a little bit better because it's like slowly drifting away. Is this a more efficient thing? Maybe not for the time that we spend organizing it, but it is less mentally taxing on the brains to have them just kind of settled a little bit better. Typically I would want these on the sewing desk, but just they're in the way today, so especially with doing the measurements like this and stuff like that. So. Look, ball, no pins. It is going to be, so I did not know that we had nearly 100 Kato still to sew. I thought that we cut a total of 100 Kato. Like in April. So I must have added more than I anticipated, I guess. I don't know. So we're cranking through that. I do know that we were around 150 small box bags, and so they are going to be our focus as soon as I get back from Fibrations. I do know that if I do a major push, I can get 100 done in a week. We definitely don't have 150 anymore. Probably closer to 100 to 110. So I'll be the first thing that we finish for Knit City for the end of September. And then we'll be getting the rest of them rolling, I guess. There are some cut bags that I want to cut and make sure that we have some new products. I want to focus in on minis because I did not have minis the last time I went to Knit City, and who knows how September's going to go. Eldest is starting kindergarten. Youngest has like a full transition as well, although they've already started the transition for the youngest anyway. There's some preschool politics going on, and some of the kiddos are being nasty to them. So they've moved the youngest downstairs, which is where they'll be in the fall anyway, and they are having a much better time for it. Usually what they're trying to do is keep like siblings separated, which I very much appreciate, because then they both get individual, like they get time to just be themselves. So that's good. But I think it was more important that the youngest get moved downstairs and away from this little group that's been, they had been so upset that they were violently refusing to go to school. So we had a chat about it on Tuesday. The teachers were aware, and they've been doing their best, right? And I had been telling the youngest, it's like, if this happens, you have to talk to your teachers, because I'm not there, but we trust our teachers. So and they had been refusing, and it was like two of the little kids that are there that had been part of this group weren't even there. So it's like, okay, chill. Like, it's not going to continue happening right now. But anyway, moved them downstairs, and they've been happy as a clam all week. I don't know how happy clams are, but you know, they're happy. That's what matters. So that tells me that they're not getting like pestered anymore and stuff like that, which is good. I'm glad. Poor kid. It's like, and then the eldest yesterday, they're having a PJ day today, and I'm like, oh my god, that is such a good thing, because like the eldest yesterday was like, I don't want to go to school because I want to hang out with you and I want to stay in my PJs, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, you have to go to school. I have to work. I'm like, I can work when you're home, but I can't work at the same capacity. And as much as it's been like, I only have 3 days to sew, they've been such weird days, because like Tuesday ended up getting dedicated to fucking errands, even though I thought that I was going to get more done. And then as much as my energy has returned, the motivation's still kind of lollygagging. It's coming, but it's not coming back fast. It's like, la 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 la. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's up there. But, oh well. And the studio needed a tidy. And I know when I go, holy shit, that like the disaster of a studio is oppressive. It means it's like well past, or it is well due for a tidy up. So that's part of what I did too, is I did tidy up the studio a bit and reorganized everything. So we have gotten whips done, outside of like a couple finishing things. So I got a shit ton of needle stashers stitched, and I got backpacks wrapped up. Andrea did point out that I probably should test them out, which maybe I will take one to Victoria and test it, at least a little bit. And then we got gyoza done, except for like gyoza bags done, except for one, which is fine because it needed to be completely redone. I tried to shortcut it and it needed to be seam ripped. So we've done that now. I snagged a bunch of the like scrunchies that had just kind of been missed in finishing. Needle stashers are ready for snaps. We do still need to stitch, so do the finishing stitch and the square up stitch for the snap up trays that I was going to wrap up, which is cool because they've actually been, they've kind of been soft launch for the last couple shows, but they did really well at Omatsuri, all things considered. So I wanted to finish those up, so we've got more of them. As I mentioned, I got coasters finished. Not many, but enough, considering that's a Fibre event. Mostly. Seems like it's actually got a very diverse group of vendors, which is awesome. Because then it's also like different, drawing in a lot of different people too. Not necessarily just Fibre people, and not necessarily just like a generalized market crowd either, which is awesome. So all right, just about done. We have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sweet. Only 8 more to sew. And then we'll go in and split them up for pockets. That's not even, it's just after 10. With this much coffee in my system, I am going to need to pee after I get these installed across the bottom. And then we'll do the split up and the pockets. Okay, so the goal for today is probably to get these all assembled and ready for smash together tonight, maybe? Pockets always take longer than I anticipate, so that's why I'm hesitating about that. I don't know if that can happen. We'll try. Oh, actually, wait, because we've got 2 white ones down here. I was going to pair them up with the lighter blue, and I hadn't done a pair down of the beige fabric. Okay, so we've got 2 more pockets right now. Perfect. And there's 4 pockets for the white down there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. I'm actually really excited for this drive. I love Victoria in August. It's like one of my favorite times to visit. We previously hadn't been doing that because Dallas doesn't like going doing the crowds, but honestly we found that like it's not that crowded, and usually the weather's really nice or decent, and like the flowers are all in bloom. It's just pretty. Victoria in August is pretty, and like good weather so that we can go down to the beach with the kids And we're extremely spoilt because his aunt and uncle live basically like walking distance to the Ogden Point. So, like, so much so that you can see you can't see the Ogden Point from their front windows, but you can see the waters around it, which is like, fuck yeah. So we're extremely spoiled that they generously have a space for us to stay. And that's part of why we're going out to Fibrations, is I don't think I would consider it if we didn't have people to stay with. Heading out for like one-day shows are a gamble. Now Dawson blew expectations out of the water a couple years ago. Still is my best one-day show, so we'll see. Let's unseat that with Fibrations this year, please. Please. I just realized I did not update the date for Twitch. Let's do that now. Sweet. That's cool that I can like update it on the fly. You definitely can't do that with YouTube. Did I measure this already? I can't even remember. Maybe. Yes, but I did not place this correctly yet. Okay. All right. Just about done. Just about done. Also still wild to think that this time last year we were finishing the prep for Knit City, Calgary. Like, what? What? That's already a year ago is part of it. It's like, holy shit. That's insane. Yeah. Go. Two more pockets, two more seams, two more seams, then the next step, then the next step. La 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 la, la 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 la. La 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 la. All right. Last pocket to do the first seam on. Do do do. Do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right. Man, like an hour of work left, not even, to get all the pockets in. Oh, I wish the eldest had slept a little bit longer. We're under an hour. Okay, I need to pee, and then I'll be back. All right. All right, we are back. Live chat is still not connected through Streamlabs. It's okay. Though Streamlabs is also saying there's 2 viewers, and YouTube is saying there's 1 viewer. So who knows what to believe? I don't anymore right now. Okay, we need to do pockets. Pockets, 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 pockets. So, single seam, double seam, or whatever. Single, double, single, double, single, double. Do you know what? We're actually going to completely separate them. Doubles are going up here, singles are going down there. So single, double, single, double, single. I guess the question also then becomes, do we want to do, I think we should do all the double pockets first, and then we can do the single pockets. We'll also do a final count and just make sure that we've got the correct numbers, because it would suck to not get the correct numbers. I don't want to seam rip anything today if I don't need to. Single. Ugh, it's still gross outside. Like right there. Actually, this should be up here because we're doing singles first and doubles second. There we go. Single, double, single, double, single, double, single, double, single, double. And yes, this is less work than having to do all the guesswork when I'm actually sewing. Single, double, because then I'm just able to go in and do, like, it. I don't have to shift my measurement every time and stuff like that. Single, 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 or double, double. So single, double, 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 single, come back, double, single, 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 double, single. Oh my God, it's still going. Single, double, single. Okay, so far so good. Double, single, double, single, double, single, double, single. Okay, the fact that we ended on a double means that we should be fucking good, but we're still gonna double check their numbers just because, yeah. We all know how chaotic this is for me some days. Okay, so this, I'm going to line up all of these, and then we'll sew the double pockets first, and then we'll sew, which will actually be the double seam pockets, which are the triple pockets when it gets sewn together. And then we'll sew the single seam pockets, which becomes the double pockets after that, because that is the easier one to sew. Okay. So. Okay, these are all singles. And then we'll just double count everything and make sure that we're good. It should be fine. But we definitely don't want to be like over or under stitching anything. Hey Wendy, long time no chat. We're losing our minds right now. Just a little bit. When am I not? I don't know. But we're here. We're working. It's my last full day of sewing without kids. So, yay. We've got Tara's coming out on Sunday to help me though, which is going to be glorious. I'm trying to get as much done before she comes here so that we can like, she can just do drawstrings, and I think I'm going to do snaps while she's here. And then she can test the snaps. I'm such a good friend. No, I'm going to feed her sushi afterwards. Which also helps because then I don't have to cook on Sunday night. Although I'm not really cooking this week anyway. I'm literally taking frozen meals and putting them in the oven. That's the like most stressful part of the cooking this week. We're going to have the very fancy meal of pizza pops tonight. Well, at least the kids are. I don't know what I'm going to eat yet. So right now I'm just lining everything up so that we can double check that I've split the pile up correctly. So this will be the, I don't know, the singles or the doubles, doesn't matter. One pile is one pile is the other. And then we'll get to the actual sewing. So these have all been installed. We have selected far too many, but when don't we? I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but since you're here now, I may as well chat at you. I tidied up the studio like 10 days, 2 weeks ago now. Is it finished? No. But the Tower of Totes, whatever the hell I was calling it. The looming tower, tottering tower of totes. There we go. That's the better one. I'm like, there's another T word in there somewhere. They're now all contained in a bin, along with like their lining and their handles. So it's not sitting on the desk anymore. So that's good. It's an improvement. You know, when I get overwhelmed by it, it's time for it to be rectified. It's next weekend, but we're leaving on Tuesday, so I don't have, like, that's it. I'm done, right? So, I will also add your Kato into the mix too, so that we make sure that they get done. And then I can ship them. Although, I'm sorry, I don't know if they will get done before I leave. Where are they at? I think we just need to basically do the exteriors and assemble, right? Yes. Okay, sweet. So that's actually super easy. I'll add them into the lineup in between. I didn't want to sew them without you being here because that didn't feel right. All right. I know this seems kind of pointless, but it's better to count these now just to make sure. I'm pretty sure that since we finished on the proper thing. Yes, I found sneaky whips. Well, not sneaky. I knew they were there. But like stuff that I knew was there that we needed to finish. So I did finish up a bunch of the reversible drawstring bags. They just need their ribbons now, which is something that Tara can do on the weekend. And then, what was the other thing? Oh, I finished a shit ton of, 10. I finished 10 gyoza bags. I finally opened up the frog large box bag that just needed its twill redone, stuff like that. So, and then when I get back from Fibrations, the first thing we'll work on is small box bags, because small box bags, there's still like 100 or something stupid like that to finish. Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna sew it without you. I know that meant that it was paused longer because I haven't been streaming at night. But I figured you wanted to watch, so. In a non-creepy, slightly voyeuristic way. Can you be a voyeur without being creepy? Not really, right? Oh God. Anyway, so yeah, I did get some work done, or I got actually quite a bit done this week. Not as much as I wanted to, as always, but you know what? Whatever. Are we going to get all of these done either? Probably not. But you know, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I did strip down the leather yesterday. I've done a lot of stuff off camera. We also figured out probably what was causing the whole like funk that I mentioned that started in May. My iron was like super low. So I'm currently on a prescription grade iron supplement, which I have forgotten to take the last couple days. I need to make sure I take it tonight. And it's amazing. It was like I started on Monday, and by Tuesday it was night and day, like how much everything had actually improved. It was fucking ridiculous. I know it's not perfect, but it's definitely better. And I got the fabric out onto the shelves, which I'd been like, oh, we only need to like stock up a little bit of cotton and cotton linen in February. No, we don't. I actually don't quite know how I'm going to like carry home everything we need, but we will try. Okay, so we have 2 white with light blue. Mwah, mwah, mwah. XO, thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 light blues. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See? That's it right there. So we'll just pilfer. Now it should be 11 on both sides. Okay. 2 whites. White, white. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yay. Yeah, it probably was last summer. I probably didn't take it long enough or something. There's also some like stuff starting to come out with like running and things like that. It's something called Reds or something like that. And it's like more prevalent in women athletes, endurance athletes. Not that I'm an athlete, but like people who take part in high endurance sports. There we go. That's the better description. I'm an endurance athlete in a non-endurance athlete's body. Well, I guess I am an endurance athlete because I do it. There we go. That's the better way to put this. But I was on a really light iron at that point. Light. Okay, why do I have 1 green here and no green? Did it get... Oh, yeah, it got stuck. Okay, so 1 and 1. So yes, I was on an iron at that point, but it was a lighter version. Now we're on, like, hardcore, like, Tylenol, acetaminophen-sized capsules. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. Love this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Excellent. Speaking of deja vu, the fucking miter saw was going again last night. I have not heard it all goddamn year. And then last night at 9:30, I was on stream and it was like, ee! And I'm like, my windows are closed, so they have to be fucking close to the house too, like one of the really close neighbors. And I'm like, why are you using a miter saw at 9:30? Like, I know within our bylaw limits, because I actually looked them up last night, I know within the bylaw limits they're completely allowable. But it's like, it's 9:30 at night. Why are you using a saw? It's so weird. It's like, where are you that I can hear you that clearly through my windows? Because my windows were closed because I love having my windows open. This is the joke. But the bugs also love having my windows open. So I usually close them when it's dark. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 again. Okay. Anyway, but I remember now talking about that last year around the same time too. It's wild. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, cool. Doom, and then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, and this is why we did this count. Because you never know. I know, I have fly screens too. These ones also don't have any holes, but they climb through something. I'm wondering if there isn't a plug in, like, in somewhere that they're supposed to be, because I don't know where they're coming in, but they're coming in. Super fucking annoying. It's always the little millers and the really annoying ones too. So I'm like, well, I don't, and here's the part of it. It's like, I just don't want to risk anything for the, like, fabric. So or yarn it, etc. Oh, the coffee's got way too much cream in it still. Okay. Oh God. Let's buckle in, ladies and folks and all the other people. Okay. So we're going to go in and we're going to sew the 2 seam pockets first. Then we'll go in and we're going to sew all of the 1 seam pockets. And then we will assemble all of these. My next bobbin is wound, so we're just good to go. And my hope is what we can do is we'll get this to the point of smashing in assembly for tonight. And I'll basically just be able to do a really late night tonight to get it to the point of basically turning, hopefully, is my hopes and dreams for today. I doubt it. Or at least, actually, no, it would be fine as long as we can get them to assembly tonight. I was hoping, like, it was 45, 50 minutes of work left. The eldest was up so early last night. So they were tired at 7, so I put them to bed at 7. They fell asleep by about 7:15, but then the youngest was like, until like 9-ish. I can't remember what time I got down here, but either way, yeah, that would be about right. And then I got down here around 9:15, 9:30, and then the eldest was up at like 10:45. So not even like an hour and a half of sewing time last night. Yeah, it's definitely like little tiny gnats and midges, no-see-ums. And then like little tiny like millers. It's the itty bitty stuff. And it's just annoying because then it looks like I've got like floaties in front of my eyes. And they're always, of course, attracted to me. So, but it's definitely larger than what would normally or should be able to fit through a fly screen. So what I need to do is probably check those little, if there's like there's the plugs for the like rain drainage. And now that I think of it, I think that could be where they're coming through. Whatever, it's annoying. I like having my windows open at night, except for when a saw is running. So anyway, what I was going to say is I think tonight, even if they're tired, I'm going to keep them up a little bit later so I can work longer, because they'll have been at school all day and all week, so they can do their iPads, and that's fine. And then keep them up a little bit later, so hopefully they also sleep a little bit later, so I just get more work done in overall. And then because we can sleep in a little bit tomorrow. At least my alarm doesn't have to go off at like 6. That doesn't mean we're getting up at 6, but it's been starting to go off at 6. It was super easy today though, because they were having a PJ day, and so it's just like, it was backwards PJ day, so all I had to do was turn their shirts around. I was like, fuck yeah, it's not like their beds are dirty. They just get to go to school in their PJs. Plus they chose PJs last night that they wanted to wear to school. It's like, all right, that's fine, go for it. I like thanked the teacher this morning. She's like, yeah, because I was like, yeah, they've been like wanting to do a PJ day all week. And she's like, yeah, another kid mentioned it yesterday too. And I was like, yeah, let's do it. It's a like crazy camp week. So yeah, it must be. But it's like, it was this, okay. But the other weird part of this, well, 9:30. But I guess if you're working weird shift work or something like that, I guess that makes sense. But it's at the same volume as it was last year. And I have not heard it the rest of the year. So like it's the same house probably. And B, it's like, why haven't you been working on this all year? I guess. I don't know. It's weird all around. It's like, I know if I had my windows open later, you'd be able to hear the sewing machine, but it's not the same. Yeah, pretty much. I like fed them cereal, and that's the other thing is this week's just been easy meals. So it was like, all right, we had frozen lasagna last night, and they had leftovers, so I packed that for lunch. So I had to fill up like, what was it? We did like blueberries because they're in season right now, and coming out of BC, they're really good. And some snap peas, which honestly, I need to actually harvest the stuff that's in our garden. I don't know why we bought peas, because we have a bunch right now. But here we are. So we'll finish them up, I guess. And then some veggie sticks, like little crunchy. We've been made from sweet potatoes. But they adore them, so I'm like, all right, easy lunches. Also, I didn't know what else to put in that final slot, so. And then it's just been a cereal week, because I'm like, I am not cooking in the mornings. Like, seriously, when I went and did my Costco run this week, it was like, we are just going to get frozen convenience foods. Tonight is going to be the fabulous pizza pops, because they've stopped asking for them. I was like, okay, we will get a box of pizza pops for this week. And then whenever I feel like it, we will do them. That's part of what's also, though, taking up time this week from sewing and stuff is me actually cooking shit. Hence why the reduction in like, cooking. Making sure that stuff gets in the oven and gets swapped around and everything like that. So, not the same. Yeah, no. The sewing machine and the sawing is not the same at all. And, like, I don't hear it right now. So, it must be someone after work. But it's also like, why? Do it on the weekends. I don't know. Or your oddball days off. I will have to leave a little bit early today because I do still need to do my run. But it was like, so late April, Katie was like, we need rain. Bring the rain, send the rain, we need rain, it's so dry. I know, I'm like, okay, that's enough rain. Please stop. I don't think our cushions have even had a chance to like dry out this summer. Someone made a joke about that actually on Threads the other day. It's like, oh no, Calgary has like had a groundbreaking drought of 11 hours today. Now, it's good. Everything is still super green. And honestly, with the fire danger as it's been around here recently and stuff like the past few summers, I will take it. However, it would be nice if things dried up a bit. Like, not like drought level dry again, but can we have a few nice days of summer, please? I'm also a little bit worried what this means for what the fall weather is going to be like. So, yeah. Because I was kind of banking on, if I'm marathon training, that it's, it was going to be like a mild winter. But we haven't even had a nice summer right now. And there's been lots of fog. And one of the old wives' tales is that if there's fog in the summer, like 90 days from that, you'll have snow. And if that's the case, we're going to have snow in October. Which right now I could believe, which blech. But yeah, I've actually hardly even trained outside. Well, I trained outside up until the end of marathon training. And then I didn't train for road race, and then I took the last couple weeks off because I was like, oh my god. I needed the recovery time and like stuff. So I was like, if I'm low on iron, I need my body to recover from that a little bit, please. I've also, I would say it's not a capitulation, but we are going to try the Ozempic. Obviously capital T, because it will replace my glycoside. So we're going to see what it does, and if it doesn't, it's not like I can't go back on the glycoside. But honestly, the fact that it doesn't have the potential to give me lows and stuff like that, which is a huge thing that I have to worry about during running, is like one of the big benefits. And also the reduction in how quickly I sunburn. Does that mean that I stop wearing sunscreen? No. But it does mean that if I step outside for 10 minutes in the morning, I'm not going to instantly get lobstered. So, and just with how the sugars, there's definitely still been a shift. All my hormones were good and everything like that from that testing that we did. But like, there's definitely been a shift, and it's just gotten harder. So we're going to try it. There's a whole story there though. Let me read your comment and then I'll go. What the fuck? Well, I'm sorry about the COVID, and I'm sorry about the fucking breakup. That sounds shitty as that. Like, Jesus. Ugh. I hope that it's speedy recovery and there are no, like, long-lasting effects. COVID is, well, either basically, yeah. When we had it, the kids had, like, a few days of ridiculous fever. And I don't know if this is how they would have gone before or not, but the doctor called it hyperactive immune system, and I'm like, yes. They're definitely more prone to like the upper respiratory like gunk and stuff now. So hopefully none of those last for them. And then yeah, just left all, of course, to like deal with. Fuck. That's annoying. Well, Facebook Marketplace. Sell it. Or Gigi or whatever you have for secondhand online marketplaces in Australia. I don't know. The stuff I got from my parents that I'm selling off has slowly been going. Slowly, but pretty surely, actually. A lot of it's gone. There's a few things that I don't think are going to move. And I had told Dallas, I'm like, we should do a garage sale. And I'm like, do you know what? Let's just get rid of it. Like, yeah. If it doesn't move in the next few months, I think I'll just donate it. Or like try to, actually what I'll do first is we'll go from sale to like buy nothing group first. Because then it's like things that people actually want probably. And then I'll go on to like donation. More, yeah. It's like porcelain dolls and stuff like that that don't, yeah, like some people may not want, and that's not something I really want to donate because it'll probably just end up in the trash. So at least if I do it on the buy nothing page, I can like, it's hopefully going to a home that wants it. Stuff like that. Yeah, it's got a whole list of side effects, right? So I will be working very closely with my doctor to make, she's really good. So I'm hopeful that it works and it's just easy. And if it's not, well, then like I said, back to the glycoside. Like it's not my last option sort of thing, which is nice too. But yeah, so the story behind that. So we discussed it and I was like, yes, and I thought about it over the weekend. And then so I went back to her on Monday or something. I was like, yes, I'd like to try this. She's okay, I will get a prescription in. And then I went to pick up from my pharmacy and they're like, here, you owe us $267 and some change. And I'm like, what? I'm like, but you cover the sensors. But it was the Ozempic. Because apparently the fact that all I've ever charged through this company for the past 8 to 10 years has been diabetic medication outside of like obvious like outside of stuff that needed to be done occasionally, but like everything that I've put through this company for claims has been diabetic medication. And they're like, no, because you might be, and the pharmacy is like, yeah, because you might be using it for weight loss and they're not covering that anymore. And I'm like, what? Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. So I had to go back to the doctor and get a pre-authorization form, even though she said it was for diabetic, like type 2 diabetic treatment. It's not like, if I do have weight loss, that would be a nice side benefit, not the main reason. Yeah, anyway, we just got the call yesterday that I have been approved. And I'm like, well, yeah, I'd be really disappointed if you didn't approve it. It'd be fucking ridiculous. I'm so annoyed. Because it's just, and part of the big reason that I'm annoyed is because it's just a waste of the doctor's time, and it's a waste of my time too. Like, what the fuck? I literally was picking up a Libre, like the constant glucose monitor, when at the same time. What the fuck do you mean it's not approved? What the hell? Ugh. Anyway, good news though is that the Libre 3 is out in Canada. It is tiny. So the pucks that I have right now aren't bad, but the Libre is like way thinner. It's like maybe that thick now versus like this. Well, not quite that thick. That's too much. And like maybe the size of a Canadian quarter versus like a loonie coin right now. That's probably the best description of it. And that's bullshit. Yep. Put it in the back. Have a fire while it's still wintertime down there. And then say good riddance. I guess. Oh, people are dumb. Why, yes, Disney Solitaire. I will claim my free bonus right now. So I can play you later to my heart's content. Well, not to my heart's content, but more. Too far, just right. Oh, boy. All the road construction that's happening right now for our interchange looks like it's damn close to being done. I'm pretty sure the shuffle will probably happen when they've had enough dry time to actually get some of the work done. They tend to do big shuffles after long weekends. So I have a feeling they were aiming for August long, which was this past weekend, but it just didn't happen because it's been so goddamn damp. So next time, I guess. But anyway, it's good. It's almost done. I'm excited. Dallas is excited. Basically, it went from a 4-way stop to there's going to be 2 big traffic circles, which is, oh, I did that the wrong way. Oh well. Which is really good. Oh no, we're out of thread. Oh, but it looks like we actually got the backstitch. Oh my god. Get out of the fabric, please. Thank you. Did we get the backstitch? Yes, the backstitch got done. Oh, and then the thread broke. Okay. Well, there we go. And now we just gotta rethread. Now we just gotta rethread. I did actually loosen up my tension spring quite a bit yesterday, and it does seem to be working better. Yeah, the stitches are actually far more even, because I was noticing yesterday that the bobbin thread was pulling through significantly. But, yeah, it's looking better now. I did get the backpack sewn. They look fucking amazing. I'll show it off in a moment here once we get this rethreaded. They are going to be on the expensive end because it's a lot of work. There's at least 2 hours of work for each one because I experimented with 2. Now, some of that was seam ripping because I ended up having to, like, I don't know what it is. Pattern instructions have been breaking my brain recently. And I just didn't clue into it. So I did have to do some seam picking. But they look really fucking good. It's the wax canvas. And that's part of it too, is that the materials that go into it are more expensive. Like there's more of it and it's more expensive like waxed canvas. But look at, she's spectacular. The other cool thing is that this is actually a pattern from a Canadian designer as far as I can tell. So yay. It's the Wabana backpack by Hammer Stitch Designs. Next time, I think the one thing I will do is I am going to shorten this webbing on the front a little bit. I do think it's a little bit too long, personally. Although I guess if it's like you've got the backpack filled to the gunnels, it's good. But right now it's like just kind of floppy. But anyway, pockets on the front, 2 zip pockets on the front. Open up the flap and there's pockets on the interior as well. This one's really cool because it's an asymmetrical lining. So the lining actually is here instead of on the sides. And then you're able to have bigger pockets in the back. And they're riveted, which is super fucking cool. Very sturdy because of the foam in it. Anyway, Andrea did actually suggest that it's like, maybe you should like run these through their paces. And I'm like, yeah, it's probably a good idea. I don't know if I will. I do trust that the construction's put together well. But, yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit worried about actually is the width of the straps. Because I usually do use a 1-inch strap because I find that that's more like comfortable. But these are also seatbelt webbing, so I feel like it's going to be fine. I might upgrade some of the, I'm going to always keep it, I think, black straps. And then the little like details will all be in the polypropylene that matches the fabric. Because that makes sense to me. Like that and this are navy. This really drove home the fact that we do need to look at a cylinder arm. Because shoving this underneath for top stitching on a flatbed, holy shit. But I did get them both done. I got the cat bread one done too, and it looks really good. And then I do have to figure out, actually, I have a crap ton of men's shirts now, which will make really cool pockets for the interiors of these. But the colors are really good. They came together so good. So you get nice 2 zippers right here. Oh, that is nice because you can, oh, they open so easily. This one's got like a nice dark paw print fabrics in here. And same thing, it's the same colors and everything because they're both navy. I think if I was to test one, it would be this one, but I'll decide. I do like the little bit of a weathered look that turning in the wax canvas gave it. I might run it under the hair dryer, but I kind of like it. It does drive home the fact that I probably want to stock some waxed canvas cleaner and waxing kits. So that's that. And then I did actually find another wide open pouch pattern that actually has a turning, you can berth it through the middle of the bag. My mind, though, this is another one that fucked up with my head, but I'm pretty sure I figured it out last night. I'm gonna watch a tutorial though, just to make sure that I've got it, but it's like really good. The stabilizer is something that I did versus the pattern, because you know how much I love to have my nice like stiff bags. That's not the only thing I like stiff, but it's the only studio appropriate thing. God, why do I say what I say some days? But because it didn't call for stabilizer, I hacked the pattern piece that I needed to cut and basically just took it like the seam allowance off of the side. So next time I need to leave like, so I left a 1/4 inch off, which is a seam allowance. Next time I'll leave a 3/8 of an inch off, just because it was a little bit too hard. And also because there wasn't then enough interfacing around like around the stabilizer to help hold it down. Yes, totally the books. You know what kind of books I read. Yeah, so this will be something that hopefully I can get put together for Knit City. Backpacks, I do want to get a few more done for Vancouver as well. So we'll see what happens here. I'm trying to figure out where to get cost-effective, like, part of it is cost-effective foam, because my God, is it expensive. And also, it does take the fusible fleece as well. So I'm like, there is a supplier in Canada that is not Amazon. Because it's been hard, actually, to find the foam in general outside of Amazon recently. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? They must be like, maybe they're reformulating packaging or the foam or something like that. That's what it feels like. But there's a place that will ship full bolts. So for a price that I can justify, because most places has it for like, it's like between $20 and $30 a yard or meter at most places, because it's like $17 per half meter. And I'm like, that is like barely the bag. Anyway, I'm not going to give up my sources because I selfishly want to keep them to myself. And anyone who's probably using foam probably knows about it already anyway. Google is your friend in this case. Did I write that I wanted to take down the stabilizer on the pattern? No, but I will. That is something that I'll remember. But yes, you're right. I should actually write down that we want to do a 3/8 of an inch versus a 1/2 inch. It's so like ramshackle anyway. What I'm going to do next time is I'm going to print out a second copy of that piece. And then I'm going to cut it down, which is not what I did this time. But once I finish this, I'll probably, I'm pretty, like, I really want one of these bags. So I'm pretty sure we'll go in, or I'll go in and do the blah-de-blahs templates. That's what we're doing. I feel like the spring roll is also written by Canadian because the pricing on the website was like flat Canadian dollars. So I'm pretty sure she's also Canadian. So, whereas I know for sure that the zip and grip is a woman out of Florida. So, not, yeah. Trying to support Canadian. Also, I don't know what's happening with the tariffs. I gotta look closer. They are taking off the de minimis for Canadian goods going into the US, but I feel like I'm still under, and from what I can tell, I think I'm still under the free trade agreement, but I don't know. And because it's going to be such a shit show, Postal System is basically just slapping $80 on to all shipments. And it's like, well, most of the time, it wouldn't be that. It's like, God, most of my packages would probably be like $5, maybe. Still sucks. But the one good kind of thing out of this is the fact that my customer, there's a very small, my personal customer base is, out of the States, is extremely small portion of my sales. So compared to a lot of people, I'm probably in a better position. We'll have to see if this still, from what I can tell, it hasn't affected any of the prices for the fabric or anything like that yet, which is good. I still don't know with the like leather cord and stuff, but since we made that order in February, I'm not overly concerned right now about repurchasing. It will probably, that's actually maybe part of what's impacting the flex foam, because of course it all comes out of the States. I don't know. It's just like, it just keeps going back and forth, so I can't keep track anyway right now. But just know that, yes, de minimis is coming off, because I think that was part of the big beautiful bill or something like that. And that is not something I can control. If you're purchasing from me from the States, you are paying the tariffs. I am not paying the tariffs. I need to put a big disclaimer about that. I have been contacting like pretty much every US order and just being like, all right, it's better to cancel it now if we need to than after I ship, because then neither of us have to pay shipping charges for like there or back. Ooh, I did track down tote bags that I'm happy with that are a comparable or better pricing than Amazon as well, and they all come from a local business, so that's better, or Canadian business, because they've got like they actually have a warehouse in Calgary, so that's nice. And I wanted to get some more tote bags done, so yay, that's good. And because they were in Calgary, they showed up like I ordered them too late on the one day, and then they showed up like 2 days later, basically. Because what, they showed up yesterday? Yeah, I ordered them on Tuesday, so they showed up yesterday. Hello, Robin. There we go. But yeah, no, I know, like $17 a half meter is ridiculous for foam. And a bunch of people were like, well, if you want cheaper foam, use like Headliner or something like that. And I'm like looking at the Headliner, and it's just as or more expensive than direct from Pellon, or like Pellon foam. So I'm like, well, that's... And it's got a weird, like, because it's supposed to be glued in as far as I can tell, right? It's got like a weird backing on it as well. So it's like, and it's only in black. And it's like, well, no, that's not actually, that's old advice, I guess. But I did get a bunch more button parts. So we've been making buttons. I've got a bunch of magnet parts because I figured that magnets would be cute too. What else? We're going to work on and a bunch of acrylic keychains. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pilfer my scrap boxes and just carry that along, because that's stuff that I can do pretty casually at night. And bringing the button maker is always fun anyway. Because here's the thing, is the kids still go to bed really early, and well, Dallas goes to bed just as early, but I don't need to go to bed that early, typically. So... don't like to go to bed that early. And then we're going to go pick some fucking peaches, finally. They're like gusseted tote bags. I'll bring them down after I have lunch and show them off, because they are pretty cool. And they're a similar weight to the ones that I had last time, which I really like. The only difference is that the handles are a little bit looser weave cotton and a little bit shorter, which I think honestly is better anyway. It's more like a shoulder bag instead of like a hip drop, basically. I think the gusset is better sewn from, like, I haven't compared them side by side, but from just like having looked at them both separately, I think they're going to be as good or better. And what these are for is they're going to be for the logo tote bags that I just have to press the logo onto, basically. Because, hey, cute totes that I don't make but have my logo are excellent advertising. And they're cute. And I haven't done a run of them since, like, last year. So it's time to get some more done for Fibrations, etc. I'm like, this is taking forever, because it is. But also at the same time, it's the 2 pockets. This is why I did the 2 pockets first. It's to trick my head, because so much of the sewing thing is mental games. And the end product is going to be fucking amazing. Yes, peaches. So it's like, we were going to go in 2022. This is Kelowna area. But then they're like, don't come in 2022 because we're having an outbreak. It's like, okay, fine. I feel like maybe that was 21. Although that wouldn't have made sense because we had the youngest. And I was like, yeah, 22 makes more sense. Anyway, I was like, okay, let's go pick peaches. No. 23. Fires. So, no. And then last year, it just didn't work out especially with Knit City right in the middle. And then this year, I was like, okay, we are driving to Victoria. Dallas was able to take an extra day off. So I'm like, if you can take the day, we are going to stop in Vernon, which is just outside Kelowna. And the hotels are much cheaper. And there's U-Picks right around there. And we're going to go pick our peaches. And then I'm going to go make peach jam and etc. with my mother-in-law because yum. My father-in-law keeps bringing up peach cobbler. I'm like, yeah, don't worry, we're making peach cobbler too. And I found a recipe for roasted peach cream puffs. And I'm like, I really want to try those too. So I guess actually, as much as I said that I'll be on Thursday, I don't think I'm going to be on next week because I will go do those things with her while the kids are at school. Unless I go on the weekend. Maybe we go on the weekend. Yeah. Oh no, because cousin-in-laws are here. Okay, yeah, no, we'll do weekday jam. So you may or may not see me. Well, you won't see me during the day next week, like 2 weeks from now. If anything, you'll see me during the evening, and we do actually still need to crank out in the evening because now it's Knit City prep, and it's like, as much as I'm prepping for Fibrations right now, it's like, I can feel Knit City breathing down my neck. Although, to be fair, I've felt it breathing down my neck since we cut all these fabrics for Dawson Creek, right? Because it's always like, well, if it doesn't sell, I've got Knit City stock. Okay, so 11:15. So we'll at least get all of the 2 seam pocket sides done. And then we'll see how much we can do for 1 seam pocket sides. Because it's literally half the work. It would be nice if we could get all the pockets assembled. Like this, at least. Not smashed together, but assembled this way. Before lunch. That would be really good. This is what I was hoping to have gotten done last night. I wanted to get them to the point of being able to assemble today. Children had other plans, but at least if we get interior and exterior, because the other part of this was we need to clip the exteriors with their D-ring tabs, so that is something else that's a little bit time consuming, but worth it. It's worth it, but it is time consuming. Monday is going to be cleaning and packing the truck. And then any like last minute stuff that I might be able to get done. I'm really hoping that like it's down to just that by that point. I'll clean the house because the cleaners are still coming on Tuesday, and then we'll like come back from vacation to a very nice clean house, which is going to be amazing. Yeah, it'll be good. Oh shoot, I need to wind my next bobbin before I run out of this bobbin thread. Glad I thought of that now. Oh my god, we're almost done. We're almost done the 2 pockets. pockets. Two seam pockets, two seam pockets. Almost done the two seam pockets. Bloop. Actually, I wonder with this wide open pouch if I should just be using the flex foam as well. Although I feel like the stabilizer is, no, I like the feel of the stabilizer better. Never mind, I'll shut up. Shh, kitty. I'm just thinking about how hard it's going to be to turn it through that birthing hole, and I'm like, Well, if I need to open it up more, whatever, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So yeah, when I was tidying up the studio, part of what I did is I did decant, basically, all my fabric back out of the boxes. They're now behind a curtain, because when we do go to cut, it's going to be way more inspirational to have them out on the shelf. It's just easier than having to go through each box and pull it out and put it back. That does, like, ugh, just even saying it out loud, I'm like, no, gross. But I did need a way to cover it up. So I've got a curtain velcroed in front of it, which is working so far. I probably could do a little bit more permanent vinyl, but we're in the test phase right now. If it doesn't work, then it's way easier to change it out. And then what I also did is I also unpacked all the jeans and put them on the shelf. So it gives me a more visual and like accurate view of everything that we currently have in stock. I did put the obi and kimono back in the closet because having it on the rack out here just was not working. So they're in the closet. That's fine, because honestly, when you open up the closet doors, it's easy to flip through a closet, right? So you don't have to pull a bunch of boxes out. I think one of the goals should be to try and get the remainder of the obi, or the obi at least, like used up before we go to Japan, maybe. Or at least on its way. So I have a feeling that after Knit City, that'll be one of the big cuts. I am going to open pre-orders for cotton and cotton linen blend bags. And actually, you know what? Maybe we should do obies as well. Obi. Don't pluralize it like English. Yeah, maybe I will open up obi orders as well. I don't know. That might be a good idea. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Oh, this bobbin's not winding. Fuck me. And not in a good way. Oh my God, Wendy, I finished an audiobook recently that was so good. Okay, so there's been a lot of audiobooks recently. And I chatted about this earlier in the stream, but so if you're around then, you don't have to listen. If you want to hear me go on about it again, well, have at it. I don't control you. Anyway, so good. Shield of Sparrows. It is a little bit spicy. Male-female romance. But dynamic characters for both the male and female mains, which is awesome. Good side characters. And it's got some very different, like it's got some of the typical romantasy tropes, but it's got a lot more monsters and a little bit more of a horror aspect to it. Nothing jump scare, but there's more like just more monsters and stuff like that. And kind of like an overwhelming like sense of doom because there's this monster migration coming up. So good though. It's getting adapted into a movie, and it's going to like make, I think, such a good movie if they do it properly. Oh, excited. But it is the first book in a series, and the other books are not out yet without even an announcement date. Deep End, really good. BDSM is involved very lightly, but it was just really good. Ali Hazelwood does some amazing dynamic female and male characters as well. I'm currently listening to The Magician of Tiger Castle and very much enjoying it. It's by Louis Sachar. He wrote Holes, which is a middle grade novel. This is an adult novel now. And it's really good. What was the other thing that oh yeah, I read the next one in the Atlas Paradox, which is the next one in the Atlas 6 series by Olivia Blake. And then there was another one that I brought up earlier that blew my mind. Oh, The Familiar by Lee Bardugo. Oh my god, I crushed that one. So, yeah, I'm thinking, so what I want to do now, especially as we clear up the tote bags, coming back to your comment here, Wendy, is I'm going to start. Now, best laid plans. Who knows if I stick to this, right? I am me. And I also acknowledge this. But I have enjoyed how we did do the big cut in April. And then have just been able to, as much as it's been a bit of a disaster, it's nice to have just been able to kind of pick up a laundry basket of project. Like a project bin. And been like, all right, these are all XYZ. And this is what we have to do for them. And the majority of the pieces just all being there. So what I think I'm going to do next is we're going to continue the bin system. That's always been the goal. And then I am going to get some small upper trays for the top. So when we cut all of the webbing for the Kato, much like what we've done this time, they've got their little they'll have their little jar or a tray. And the tray will hold the smaller pieces. This is partly why I want to streamline the webbing for the backpacks, is because then it's all right, this is the backpack and it's only for the backpack. And there is no other bags that this is going to go into. It's kind of the idea. So I think what I'm going, and then in part it'll be okay, I don't know. We're going to try it. I was just overzealous in April because I was excited to have a bunch of bags ready. And the cut period wasn't it before I got super sick? And then we basically spent 3 months sick. So I'm going to blame it on that. Let's hope that we have a less germy, disgusting winter period. I really hope we do, because I don't want to be sick and miss Japan. So that's part of it. Let's hope. I am manifesting an illness-free February and March. Illness-free. At least. Obviously, I don't want to get sick at all, but no illnesses in February. Can you imagine? Ooh, that would be a good idea. And maybe also some bigger bulldog clips or sewing clips as well, is what I was thinking. Might be good. And then it can all be clipped together and shit. That's what I'm leaning towards. Right? I don't think I'm completely off my rocker for the system that I've started to put in place. It's just that it's a new system, so I'm whatever we used it for. Less than a show season right now. I am me, so I'm just disorganized in general, because I'm always it's always the ooh shinies. But yes, I do need to figure out a way to organize webbing with drawstrings or something like that. Although that it needs to have, I don't know. The one thing I was noticing this as we've been going through this in production mode is that because the steps are so far apart, because we are production sewing, sometimes it's been hard to keep things straight as it is. So I got to figure out a way to do okay, so drawstrings get done and then I can cut webbing. That's fine. I guess then what I do is I put the webbing with the drawstring. And then when I go to assemble the exteriors, it's right there. I should clean up my other cart again. And that's where the jars for the webbing and stuff go, because then they don't fall over in a bin potentially. Kind of where I've had the notions pouches and stuff like that. Notions pouches should just have some, I'll just repurpose some more shoe boxes and things, I think. So, and then over the winter, we will go in and we will wrap up on a lot of these ones that have been they're really good ideas, and I think I still want to put them into production, but I haven't got them in production yet. like the canvas bottom small box bags that are cut and unfinished, and try and clear a lot of that back as well. There are some seasonal items like Christmas bags that I just need to get the fuck done. Actually, we'll prioritize those for Knit City and stuff like that because they just need to be finished. But yeah. If I hadn't been sick, we would have been doing a second cut right now is what we would have been doing. Oh well. Children. It's not me bringing it back, that's for sure. Oh, what a brutal year. Anyway, I think the plan for next year still is like stands of like we will cut. So we'll do pre-orders. I'll do pre-orders. I'm the royal we. And everyone on YouTube that's joining. We'll do pre-orders, and I think we'll also cut again. We'll do, but our big cut I think it has to be in November. And then we'll work on all of that for like that April rush. So that it's done. And then hopefully I'm in Odafest, and so once we get back from Japan, we'll start processing more obi and kimono bags. And I think what I need to do is just be like, all right, don't get distracted. We'll settle into our new product lineup because honestly, there has been a lot of new products in the last couple of years. Settle in, see what's sticking, and then we can add at the end of next year too. Yeah, exactly. No illness, low illness year. Less kid downtime this year. The eldest was so upset to go to school yesterday. And she was like, no, I don't want to go because I'm lonely and I miss you. And I'm like, I miss you too, but you got to go. I have 2 more days of sewing without you home, so you got to go. I'm like, if I don't use up my fabric, we don't get to go to Japan. We're still going to Japan. But like, that is the main thing, child. I feel like, what do you keep checking on the side there? I'm using the, actually, just to make sure, I'm using the ruler on the bottom here to line up for my pockets because they are a certain width. And I figured this out a while ago that this is like, if not perfect, at least close enough. So, yay. Yeah, the eldest starts kindergarten in like, they have a test day kind of in 3 weeks. So they go and it's like a split, they split the class in 2. And because it's Tuesday, Thursday, so half the class goes on Tuesday and then half the class goes on Thursday. So they kind of get like, basically they get an orientation for them, and like a little bit of practice. I don't think it's going to be a major shift for the eldest because they have been at this preschool for a while and they're still going to this preschool. So basically they'll do like preschool and then before and after school care for kindergarten at the preschool as well. So that it's a nice like touch grounding point, I think, for them, which will be good. And I found out that actually the preschool is expanding again. So they expanded last year into a downstairs room from upstairs. And then I just found out the other day that they're expanding again, which is awesome. All the success to them because they've been fucking amazing. The eldest. So the eldest, when they started preschool, part of what I wanted them in there for is speech therapy and everything like that. That's why we went with the school we went with. Preschool we went with. They have moved from a severe speech delay at 2.5, 3, to average. In the 5-year-old category too, because here's the thing, they just turned 5, so they have to be tested under the 5-year-old category, but they've literally just hit 5 and they are at average, which is like so exciting. And you can hear it. They've improved like leaps and bounds recently. or like throughout this 3-year period. So it's so fucking exciting. To the point where they basically don't have anything special. They'll still do a little bit of speech therapy for like certain things just to make sure everything's set. But they're like, if they were to be tested now, they wouldn't be in speech therapy, basically. So it's like, that's super exciting because we've been working on speech for the past 3 years now, because we started with health services when they were about 2, because I was like, they're really delayed. Like, speech sounds and stuff like that sounded okay, but like vocab and things like that were really low. So that was one of the big things. And then the youngest, their whole assessment was basically a copy paste from last year. And the main thing that was like detracting from their higher thing, they have a little bit of a lisp, which I hear, which is fine. That's easy. Like, we can work with that. And then what was the other thing? Distraction, which, yeah, it's not really a speech delay. It's more just a very active child. And also a history of ADHD. And both Dallas and I look at this child, and he's like, Dallas was saying that the child's IPP this year was like, sounded like him when he was a kid, of like, all right, they can only sit in a specific spot in the classroom so that they can't look out the windows, and they can't sit with their like peer group because they distract them and like everything. And then on top of it, they're just an active kid too, because they're 4. But yeah, the main thing with the speech therapist is she was like, well, they did really good, except that when it's like a call and repeat, so she'd say a sentence and they're supposed to repeat it back to them. And she's like, they can do it, but they get distracted in the middle, and I can only say the sentence once. So they failed that. They didn't fail that portion, but like, that's where they scored the lowest. I'm like, yep, that sounds like the kiddo. Poor kid. So we're going to see... We're going to see what happens there. Yes, boy too. Which doesn't, and second child, and all of the things. They're such a sweet kid. And they've got like an amazing sense of humor, and like, there's things they love to do, but they're so distracted. And it is something where it's like, it is becoming disruptive for them. And I'm like, that's where I worry. Also, they love to be in your face, and I'm pretty sure that's why they're getting picked on a little bit by there's a little like boy gang right now going after him. So they've been like super like upset about going to school. Although now I discussed this with them again on Monday, because I was like, okay, they're bringing it up again. So is this like the same, like, has there been new instances of this picking on? Because there's been research into like, there's these big social shifts in boys when they turn 5 and when they turn 15, and I can see it already. They're 4. But these other kiddos are like 5. And so he did get like his feelings hurt and everything. Poor kid. He does call a lot of attention to himself, but that does not mean that that's how they should react to him, sort of thing, right? And because he's like, he does put himself out there like that and present that very, like, yeah, it can be tough. But anyway, but because of that, that's what I'm worried about. I'm like, it's one thing to be distracted and disruptive to yourself, but if that's calling attention to negative attention to yourself from other kids and stuff like that, that's not good either. So anyway, they split the group up, and this kid is like night and day. He is so much happier now that he's basically, instead of being in an upstairs classroom with the other boys, he's downstairs classroom, and it's just been so much better. Because on Tuesday, it was a very violent, like, I don't want to go to school. And I'm like, but he loves school. He has all year. And like, this has only really apparently been like one instance, so it must have been big, because otherwise he wouldn't keep bringing it up. That's part of it. So, Poor kid. Feel bad for him. Anyway, we're going to chat with the school and be like, okay, can we make sure that we have, like, obviously we'll have the speech therapy notes and all of this, and like about the distraction and the IPP of like how you're managing this in the classroom. The problem with how they're managing it in the classroom is that it's hard to transition those into like, we're going to a restaurant. So you can't take a weighted blanket or a weighted vest to a restaurant sort of thing, right? So we got to see what we can do outside the classroom to transition those strategies into like every day. Because you get it, yeah. You definitely can't wear a weighted vest to soccer in the summertime. But they also need that activity. So we're back in gymnastics this year. We're going to try that. They're unparented this year, which I think is actually going to help them significantly, because they've transitioned out of parented classes. I don't know if they love gymnastics, but I think it's a good, there's lots of studies for how bilateral movement helps with executive function anyway, like whether you're have executive dysfunction or not, i.e. ADHD or autism, which are the main two. I think there's probably more, but those are the main two. Just like how beneficial bilateral movement, which means like, so running's a bilateral movement, knitting is bilateral movement. It's engaging both spheres of the body. So I think gymnastics is a really good one. It provides a lot of feedback. It's a lot of strengthening. It's flexibility. It's individual work too, instead of trying to work with a team, which is also good. And then one of the therapists, I can't remember, I think it's the physical therapist, she actually suggested, we tried out Taekwondo, but she's like, that one is so like, and here's the thing, we had a 20-minute like sample class, but the problem was they got distracted even in that, like just could not get their attention into the room basically. Or very briefly could, so weren't able to follow. And so what she said is that the Taekwondo isn't necessarily a good option because your progression is very much based on being able to do certain shapes. And she asked why Taekwondo, and I'm like, well, because Dallas did Taekwondo, but then I found out that he'd done it when he was like 9, 10, so that makes more sense. So she actually suggested jujitsu, which I'm like, okay, that makes sense, because like, here's the thing. They want to fight. They're a boy. They want to roughhouse and like do all of this stuff, but like we need it contained within an environment that it's appropriate, rather than like necessarily with their sister at home, because then there's hurt feelings and hurt bodies all around. But she suggested jujitsu because basically its progression is based on the number of classes you do. So like a full belt is 100 classes or something like that. And it's all levels and it's all sexes, which is the other part of this, is that they're very, boys are best. It's like, no, that's not cool. You don't understand this, but that's extremely misogynistic. And it's like, no. So I think that would be good too, as like a co-ed class as well, at all different age levels and skill level and all of that. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so pissed about that one. Okay. We need to... Oh, shit. He got stitched. Somebody's got stitched. Okay. We're at the point where pockets need to be trimmed. Exterior... And then everything needs to start being smashed together. The exteriors need to have their wedges done. And I need to pee and get lunch. Okay. I'm going to go get food and use the washroom. And then I'll come down. I'll bring the tote bag down and show it off. Actually, I should bring them all down because then I can press them later. And then we'll get pockets ready to go. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, all of these ones that are in here in the bags that got the ones that were mostly assembled need to be wedged. So they'll be the next step. Yeah, but we'll do the round seams of both things, and then we'll see where we get to from there. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Go get food and bevies if you need to now. It's a good chance. Not starting soon. Be right back on the other one. All right, we're back at the chaos. Because it's always chaos. Okay. The wind is winding a bit more than I want. It's like, ooh. It's not like winter cold down here, but it is chilly. Chilly. Alrighty, let's get the pockets all trimmed apart, and then we'll get them smashed together. It's like such one of the big counterintuitive parts of frickin' sewing is it's like cut it apart to sew it together, to cut it apart to sew it together. La 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 la. And I guess we'll do each pile individually. Oh god. Okay, let's come here. Come join me over here. Oh, look at that pile. Those are the piles of Kato that we actually gotta do. And yes, you are seeing some of the pockets more than anything. Okay, I also need brain. I need a brain. But I also need to actually trim down. Alright, I need a thread bag. That's what I need. Okay, so these are all the one. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh boy. Trimming, 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 trimming. Why is there always so much cutting? Doom, 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 doom. Not the doom song, just doom, 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 doom. This one might need to have some TLC. No, we're good. Haha, I did it. Ha 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 ha. At least it looks like it's staying dry, so hopefully that just remains the same way. Actually, how long is this program supposed to take? Because that's the other good question. What's my run today? Shit. I think it's like an hour and something. I'm like, where's the program? Program. An hour and 21. And knowing me, it'll probably take up to 2 hours. So if I need to pick up kids at 5, I need to be on the course at at 3. So I should probably so on the course by 3-ish. Okay, so I need to be leaving here around 2:40. Ooh, yeah, I really don't have a lot of time, hey? Goddamn. And this is like only half marathon training. And as much as I hate, so I do actually hate doing this interval training. It's like basically go out and go at my 5K pace. That's how we feel about this. Hairballs, apparently. But it is helping so much. I love again, what is it? I'm a project person, not the process person. So I love seeing the progress my running has made. But my God, do I hate the process. No, I don't hate no, never mind. It's not that strong. I don't like it, that's for sure. There are very few days that like running gives back. But then it's like yeah, gives back into the like what would you call it? Like I don't mind running. Like yeah, I definitely don't hate it, but there's very few days where I go out and I'm like, fuck yeah, running. There have been, but again, I think it's because I'm an end product person, not the. I'm not. Was it half the destination is the journey? No, get me to the goddamn destination. If we ever have like transport tubes things like Star Trek. Beam me up, Scotty. Nope, totally I'll get on that. What do you mean I could be transported to Japan instantly? Fuck yes. Okay. Oh shoot. I was like, ooh, we're like already on to the pause. But that's because this is only the one scene ones. God damn. Okay, whatever. Buckle up, buttercups. We got lots of work to do. Anyway, the interval training. If I can go do it on a track, it's a lot of fun. But I'm not going to go do it on a track. I'm just going to go do it. Because I don't want to drive into the city. There is a track here in Cochrane. But it's at a school. And I think it's also like dirt track? Question mark? I don't know. I've never been up to it. They're supposed to be installing like an actual sports park. That's partly what's supposed to be going behind our house, or like north of us, I guess. Not right behind us, thankfully. But like that's the future intention for the space. And I really hope they put a track in. Actually, they've got a bunch of... shit. This one connected a little bit too much. So we're going to have to just take out the top portion of the stitching, and then we'll redo the stitching. That's annoying. Like, just enough that there is no way around that. And, of course, it's the back stitch portion. Okay. We're just going to run that underneath right now so that it's actually done. Boop. Okay. And if that looked janky, that's probably because it was. It worked, though. I did not know I could sew with my elbow. Did you know you could sew with your elbow? I didn't. Yes, you definitely have been. That's okay. We can wait together now. I can't imagine. So my two big hesitations there would, well, actually, the only big hesitation there is like, what would be the energy of that? Like, my God, we're already struggling with those kind of qualms. Like, what would it actually be to do? That would be my only like real hesitation on it. But if I could have it and it wouldn't like kill the earth every single time I used it, totally on board. Oh, that picked up. I did actually call WestJet because I had questions, because we've been like going back and forth on whether we use the companion vouchers or not for the kids. It apparently isn't worth it anyway because the base fares have been cheaper than the companion voucher. So they won't, this is nice, they won't actually let you use the companion voucher if the base flight is cheaper than the companion voucher. Sweet. I'll take it. But so I called WestJet and I was like, so this is a hypothetical situation. If my husband books like one of them with him, but he has a slim chance of not being able to make it, what happens to their fare if he doesn't make it, like if he has to cancel? And apparently they just cancel the whole flight. So even the person on the companion voucher, even though they have a ticket, the flight is completely canceled. I'm like, ooh. So moot point now, because it's like, we'll just be booking with cash, but it's like, okay, that's good to know. And what the slim chance is literally he's going to fly home on Monday, and then he's basically just going to hang out at the airport. And And then we're getting on a flight to Japan, which works better right now. Because the flight is leaving at like 3, but in February apparently is going to leave at like, and like late 3, not early 3, but in February is going to leave at like 1:50, which is a 2-hour shift back almost, I think. So it's a good thing I checked that now, because like, well, we would have known by the time we booked the flight, but we were like trying to decide if that would actually work or not, because I've already booked our hotel based on that date. In Hirokata. Well, it's not booked in Hirokata, but like the following day in Hirokata. Yeah, I don't want a hoverboard. I just want quick transportation, please. Like, hoverboard, it to me is like biking. I will take a bike. Thank you. Okay, actually, we're almost done trimming up the pockets. Thank goodness. I am excited to fly this route, though, on the Dreamliner again, because that's what we flew. I have flown the Dreamliner a couple of times. Was that what we flew? No, that's not what we flew. I was like, that's why we flew to Florida through Toronto. But no, we were on a MAX 8 after they've been reapproved. But I was on a Dreamliner for my first trip back to Japan in 23, and it was a gorgeous plane. I do really like it. Although I totally did cheat and ended up in the premium economy washrooms accidentally. But it's okay, no one. It's all good. I don't think I ducked through a curtain or anything like that. But they were definitely the premium like washrooms, because they're the ones that had the window in it. I'm like, whoa. It was actually really cool. That was also the flight, though, that there was the belligerent drunk beside me. She kept getting, like, she, like, pounded back 5 or 6 Heineken in, like, the first few hours. And that, if you can hold your liquor, whatever. But then she was, like, I'm pretty sure they cut her off, because they were like, okay, well, this is a lot of alcohol in the air. And then she started to get belligerent about the fact that they weren't answering the call button, even though they would, slowly. And I'm like, oh yeah, you made a good decision to cut her off. She probably would have kept, it might have even been like a short, I don't remember, it might have been a shorter time frame, so. But anyway. Yeah, and actually, so it works better to, because how we've worked it all out, all the points and everything like that, we're good now for like most of our flights, which is awesome. It's exciting. We slammed like everyday purchases onto Dallas's card for the past few months so that he got more points. And paid for like Knit City booths and stuff like that on it, because it's like, well, mine's already covering a good portion. We may as well slam yours, because we'll have a higher amount of benefit from you having more points. But now I was like, okay, let's just take any guesswork out of this, and we'll book both kids with me if we're paying cash anyway. And then you just book a separate ticket. So now we'll swap back again so that we can maximize our benefits. But yeah, and that'll actually work easier too, because then I can book a 3. The kids will both be on my reservation. If there's any like delays for him where he will not be able to make it, I can just take the kids. I'll make sure I've got my notes and everything like that, which is probably, it's a good idea to have anyway, because then if I ever just am like, let's go, I have that as well. And I'm like, you know how to get around Japan well enough that you can just meet us in Osaka if you end up being stuck at work for whatever reason, or late to the flight. Because I'm like, no, we'll just go. I'll see you there. Sorry. Kids will probably be like absolutely freaked out, but you know, whatever. And we'll know more or less by the point that we'll have someone drive us to the airport. So by the point that we actually have to actually it works out better, because it was like, well, Dallas would have to hang out around the airport for like get the kids and I there as late as possible for the international wing, which is about 3 hours beforehand anyway. was like Dallas was going to have to hang out for like 3 hours or something by himself, which not a big deal. A little bit boring. But now with the flight as close as it is, we'll probably basically just show up at the same time that he lands, which I'll take. Works out well. And then he can come help me get luggage from the truck. Which was the plan, I guess, before, but whatever. And we're chatting about the fact that, like, we'll start swapping before Japan for timelines and everything like that. But it actually works out really well because if we fly out on the Monday, the kids aren't in school. Because I'm not sending them to school for... I guess I could, but I'm not going to. Yeah, I'm going to drop you off for 2 hours and come back. No, we're going to start swapping before. And so basically on Friday night, keep them up as fucking late as I can do. And then, like, sleep. And then as late as we can on Saturday. And then repeat on Sunday. And then hopefully the majority of the jet lag, or at least the swap, is, like, done before we're even in Japan. And my friend who lives in Hong Kong is going to be able to meet us there. So that's exciting. She was like right on it. She booked her flights as soon as she knew that she was going to be off for like even a portion of the time we'll be there. And it's like, whoa, I messaged her and I'm like, I am so happy. There's so much enthusiasm about this. And she's like, yeah, I've been looking forward to it all year. I'm like, oh, that's exciting. Because we won't see her this summer either. She's globe-trotting elsewhere, so I think she's in Indonesia or something like that right now, which is where her mom is and stuff, or at least was the last time I chatted to her about her mom. So, and we did have our whole conversation about like, all right, this is kind of what's happening. Join us for what you want to do. Don't join us for what you don't want to do, whatever. And her only thing was like, I don't really want to do Himeji and Kobe. And I'm like, fair. Then what we'll do then is I'm like, our schedule is so flexible because it has to be. Especially with the kids. There's very few dates that we have to do anything. One of them being Toji. And if I'm in Osaka Marathon, we have to be in Osaka to pick up my package. So like, and then obviously for the run. I'm like, that's really like, those are the set dates. Otherwise, this is all whatever we want to make of it. And really, I only have like one thing each day to kind of do. Because then if like the kids need a down day or a slower day, or just, like nothing, we kind of have that option as well. But yeah, we had a whole chat and it was like, all right, so like, is there anything you want to do that like isn't on this list? Or are you just like good with tagging along? And she's like, I'm more or less good just tagging along. I'm like, sweet. Sounds good. But it was also like chatting about, because we had been chatting about that hotel in Kyoto right by the station. She wasn't, I think, quite sure where Hirakata and stuff was. And I'm like, we're just staying here because it's like, I don't know, just under half the price. I'm like, yeah. And it's just as big or bigger room than we would have had in Kyoto as well. Maybe not as fancy, but it has like a couch and everything like that. So we can do our like snack reviews. And craft beer, because I actually found a craft beer store in Hirakata, which is exciting. So yeah, look for those. I don't know quite how that will go for editing and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm going to do them live. I don't know if I'm going to do them like how we're going to do this. I might still try to do a live while we're there. It won't be in public, unfortunately. But I'll probably try and do at least one in the hotel room because that will be fun. Because what time is, so it's 4:45 there right now. Or 12, it's 3:30 there right now. I'm like, what am I talking about? It's not 4:45. Yeah, I'll get it figured out. But anyway, I was happy that she was so enthusiastic about coming to Japan to meet us. And she's in Hong Kong, so it's like an hour flight or something, like super fast. And as she pointed out, not insane jet lag, because there's only an hour difference and things. The only thing she said is like, it's going to be cold. And I like kind of, she saw the look on the crossover in my face, and she's like, it's going to be cold for me. Like, oh yeah, okay, fair enough. Coming from Hong Kong to Japan will be. She's like, I'll have to pack my winter stuff. I'm like, all right. And here I am like, we won't have to do a bajillion layers on everyone. I always get judged by the... So the rule is you don't wear snow suits, like snow jackets and snow suits, because they're too puffy. You don't wear them in car seats. It's unsafe. So typically with the kids, I just get them out of the vehicle and like not quite shove them in the door to preschool, but basically like get without their jackets. Then I just hand their jackets off because I'm like, they are literally outside for 2 minutes or less. They're not going to freeze. But I'm pretty sure the daycare is like, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, they're fine. Stop putting their jackets on them when they need to get in the vehicle anyway. Because then when I take them back out, I'm like, it's going to be longer in the cold for me to like take their jackets off and get them in their seat than if they just left the jackets off. Like, ah. Oh well. Anyway, Japan will not be that cold. It should actually, I think the average temperature in February is usually about 10 to 14 degrees. The thing that might get us, though, is the humidity, and if it's raining, it might be miserable. I've also seen reviews of Kyoto Marathon, where it was, which is the time period that we were there, where it was snowing. So who knows? But it's still not as cold as Canada. Thank God. We'll probably end up actually skipping the coldest portion of winter for this area, which is like, yes, unintentional benefits. And the kids are super excited to go see Disneyland. They actually brought it up themselves. They're like, the eldest was like, is Minnie in Japan? And I'm like, yes. And I'm like, do you want to go meet her? And she was like, yes. I'm like, all right, we can do that. And then the youngest is like, what about Mickey? And I'm like, yep, we can go meet Mickey too. And they were so excited. Fucking adorable. I'm excited because Tokyo Disneyland also has like, oh, right. I'll tell this in a second because I just had the devastating reminder. Anyway, they have like a bunch of different flavored popcorn. So that's what I'm excited about. In part, I find the food there really good. Like some of the best Japanese curry I've had has been at Tokyo Disneyland. Anyway, the devastating one was I looked at their refurb schedule, and the one new ride in Disneyland I want to do, which is the Beauty and the Beast animatronic ride, will be closed for refurbishment. And I was like, what? No. And it's literally opening like 3 or 4 days after we leave. It's like, fuck. Well, maybe send speedy refurb vibes. Maybe it'll be open. Maybe we'll get lucky. I don't know. But I was like, no. Oh well. Given that we're already talking about 2027, it's like, well, not a big deal. We found out that, so Dallas is able to get extra entries into Tokyo Marathon. And one of the ways to get those entries is you, like, go and do a cumulative thing of 21K within an entry period, and you get entered in to have a draw. There's like a 1% chance off of these, but that's how his cousin got in. It's like 40 people get drawn out of this pool every entry period. However, these are now for 2027, which kind of, okay. So we're chatting about, it's like, if I were to get both, do I take them both? And I'm like, yes. We're already planning to go back for 2027 anyway. It would just change we'd just shuffle it around. I was like, I want to do Kyoto, and then it'd basically just be a repeat of this trip, but I would instead suggest that we go down and do like Nagasaki and Kagoshima and stuff like that between Kyoto and Tokyo, and like, so around Kyoto, head down, and then come back up for Toji, so we don't, or even later and come up for Kitano or something like that. I'm like, it's not a big deal. Because the plan was, it was like, well, if we go back, I kind of want to go before Kyoto and go do Sapporo Snow Festival. I'm like, I don't care. If that's how it works out, that's how it works out. Since we're already planning the trip. And then also, it's like, it just would swap what we do. Like, really, who cares? Who cares? And looking at my fabric stock, I will need 2 back-to-back trips, so. And then if I don't get into Kyoto, I think I'm going solo. We haven't actually discussed that. It's like, if I don't get into Kyoto, what are we doing? So I guess that's the next discussion point. Because I'm talking like we're going in 27. But if I had a solo trip next year, I would not complain. I loved my solo trip in 22. It was like so good. I know, right? I'm just like la 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 la. Natteron. It's all good. We're in the waiting. We're in this like waiting period again, and I realized I'm like, why am I so like I am super excited about Japan. That's part of it. And why am I so like, rah, I can't get here soon enough? But I realized part of it is because, of course, our eldest was born end of May, due date of June, blah, 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 blah. And the plan was when we were first pregnant, it's like, okay, well, we can't go to Japan right now. But like, let's go in November of 2020. There'll be a carrier baby. We can put them on our front, just like get on the plane. It won't be that big a deal. And then we know exactly why that didn't happen. So I think part of it is the fact that it's like, as much as I have been back, and I know this can be, people wait a lot longer than I have. But given that we already had the intention of going in 2020, now we've waited an extra like over 5.5 years, or will have by the end of this. Like, I've already been waiting for over 5 years to do this at this point. And I think that's part of it. It's just like, why does this feel like it's been such a wait? And I think that's it. It's like, I want to be exploring with these kids. Now, there's been perfectly good reasons why it hasn't happened before this point too, and one of them being finances, which, fair enough. But I'm so ready to go with these kids. By the way, I got my new passport in, so we're set there. All their passports are good until 27, Dallas's and the kids. So I'm the only odd bird out, because I decided to do another 10-year passport, because it was like, all right, it was what, $120 for 5-year or 160 for 10, and I'm like, no shit, I'm going to do a 10-year passport for $40 more when you're already in this process. Also because next time it'll just be a renewal, so it'll be even easier. But yeah, it's weird. So it's got it's the first one that I've had in His Majesty instead of Her Majesty, which I knew was coming, so that wasn't a big shock, but it still feels weird. It's the new style of passport, so it looks a little bit even more like Monopoly than the old one. The front font is driving me nuts. I knew that before I got it. It just looks so, I don't know, it's the same font as the other one, but it's like blown up and it just looks weird. I don't know why it bothers me. But then the interior, the like picture page, is actually plastic, which is wild. And then after all that fucking mess with the goddamn picture, it's not even in color. It's black and white. I'm really annoyed about that one. I still look better in it, but it's like, why were you making such a goddamn fuss? You can't even tell. So annoyed. Anyway, it's wild because the old one that I had was after I changed my name and everything for being married. This one is changed now for being illegal, for legal name change purposes. And Oh, sorry. The old one, I was like, where was I going with that? But the old one has all my old visas and everything, like entry stamps from Japan, and it was the one that we did most of our Disney trips on and everything. So it's like, oh, it was a full passport. Well, not a full passport, but it was like definitely had a lot in it. My one before that had my student visa still in it from Kansai Gaidai, so that was cool. Anyway, next round will be with the kids, and they'll get their stamps for Japan. Dallas will finally have new stamps for Japan because he's still on the passport from when we've mostly traveled to Japan. Actually, no, he would have done his first trip on the old passport, which is cool. But it was funny because I was like I was just taking a look at the photos and stuff the other day in them. The kids have grown so much since we did their original passports, but also Dallas's passport still has receipts from the tax-free purchases in Japan from his last trip. I'm like, all right. Nice thing though is because now he aligns with the kids, we'll just go get like renewals and new passports all done at the same time, so we don't even really have to think about it. Oh yeah, so adjusting the tension on the top here. Normally I don't have to do much tension adjustment, but I don't know, maybe the thread is a little bit heavier or thinner, like weight changed a little bit or something. But I did lighten it up quite a bit yesterday, and the stitching is a lot nicer than it, like it's been fine, but it is better than it was. I'm like, okay, cool, I'll take it. It was quite a large adjustment to it. I'm like, how long has this been too tight? Whoops. Yeah, the one thing I'm debating is it's like, okay, so we got the two kids. And I think I can book them separate. Like, their seats can be side by side. Dallas is like, I think their seats have to be like, you might have to be in the middle. I'm like, well, that's not too bad, but I would prefer to have the aisle seat. So I'm going to try and actually book myself the aisle seat. And then, like, youngest, eldest. I used to be a window person. And now I'm like, no. Give me that aisle. I want to be on the aisle. I like not having to disturb people when I get up and down for whatever reason. Although one of the hacks I was noticing that maybe I should leverage is the middle seat is the cheapest. And for whatever reason, even with my credit card perks, I have to pay for a seat. I should call them and be like, hey, isn't this supposed to include... I thought it included a seat in its perks. Because if that's the case, then I can book a different one. Don't have to pay for the kids, though, which is good. So, we get family seating. And yes, there's, like, no pay seats on the plane, but they're so far back in the plane. I don't like being too far behind the wing because I hate the sound of it. I prefer being, like, above the wing, basically, like, over the wing. But I'll figure that out. It's not like we're booking right away here anyway, so. Alright, so what did I determine? I have to head out around like 2:45, like I gotta be going at 2:45. I am dressed for running out under this, so that's at least the good part. Okay, our next bobbin is wound, because I'm pretty sure we're coming up on the end of this one probably. I was like, right there. No, that's just loose thread. All right, keep going. Business class? Yes, give me the window seat in business class, man. Oh my God. Actually, I don't know if it was a glitch or like, I think someone messed up somewhere, but at one point the business class seats were like $2,500 one way. Now they're back up to $5,000. I'm like, that seems more correct. Still insane to me though, because it's like, well, actually, so what ended up happening is they were priced the same then as the like economy when you pay cash with JAL, and I'm like, oof. But I am staring down the prices have come down significantly. Like we're looking under or around $800 right now per person. Which, if you all know, and you've been around for a while, you know that's a good deal no matter how you book it. Cash, points, like, whew. That is actually the one spot where the companion voucher does shine, is the companion voucher will get you into premium cheaper for the second passenger. So it's like, okay, when the kids are older, that's when we use it for sure. Right now, like, it does have some perks. It includes 2 bags instead of just 1 bag, but that's like, it's not enough perks to outweigh the extra cost for us for 4. So when the kids are older, or if it's just like Dallas and I end up taking a trip together somewhere or something like that. So also waiting for the points charts for Disney to book, or so that we can at least figure out what we're going to try to book for Tokyo Disneyland. Hopefully it works. Manifesting a Tokyo Disneyland room. If we don't, we'll go stay at like the Dinosaur Hotel down there. But just because it is a lot of transit time to get out of main Tokyo. Basically, we would be going from like downtown Tokyo, main city, to Tokyo Bay, and that would be a lot on the way back with the kids, because there'd be transfers and stuff like that. When you're doing it from the parks at like Disney World, you're getting on 1 bus, 1 train, 1 boat for us, and like straight shot. But in Tokyo for Disneyland, if you're staying downtown, you have to actually, it's on a separate like branch line, the Keio line, and so it's like half an hour to Tokyo Station, transfer in Tokyo Station, which is already can be like quite a bit, and then get on whatever train you're trying to get to the hotel. So staying in the area is pretty key, to be honest, for us with little kids. If it's just us, not as big a deal. Hi, cat. What are you doing? Your box is over here, man. Come here. Yeah, your box is over here. Oh, goodness. So what are you doing? Hello. You're soft. He's like, oh my God, unhand me, woman. Why are you manhandling me? You're a woman. There, you got your box with your blanket. He's like, no, that's not what I want, Mom. Hi. I know, I gave you the decoy. Why? Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness, I know. You are such a fluffy. Yes. Keep that tail out of here. I will not be responsible if I sew over it. I'll totally be responsible if I sew over it. Okay, we're gonna finish this one, and then I can feel that it is stretching time. Oh my God, my back is like, lady. Did you know the ankle bone's connected to the shin bone? Yes, I know. But my shoulders are definitely like, hey, we're here. Make sure we're stretched. But yeah, we did a hike with the kids the other day. We keep bribing them with stuff of like, okay, this is like training for Japan, because it is. Realistically, it's also seeing what they can do currently here that would be comparable to Japan. So we just did a hike in Sunshine Meadows on Friday. It's a gondola up the mountain, but then like hike, because it's a ski area. But then hiking around it, it's also like it's a lot of elevation change. Anyway, they both did spectacularly. And they both did more than what Fushimi Inari would be, which is the hardest hike that we're actually going to go on. So I think we're good. We're still going to go hike and practice and everything like that with them, because we also need it. We do a lot of running, but running and walking are two different beasts, like hands down. Just different practice. So it'll be good. And then we'll have to figure out a way to keep it up through the start of the school year and stuff like that too. Ooh, that was rough. What the heck? Okay. I think that's better. One more on each side. Okay. Better. Okay. Flynn, I need the baggity bags, sir. How do you think we're paying for your food? Yeah, no, they're going to be zonking out. I'm not too worried about that part. I'm just worried about them keeping up. Like, and so what I'm seeing, the pattern that we need to be, before we would do a lot of exploration and stuff like that, and that we will still do, but it's like, so when we go hike Fushimi Inari, I'll make sure that we have our next, like, at the end, we have it planned in already that we're going to have a sit down something. I will choose a, like, cafe or something that's in the area, and like we will for sure stop. And then we also have our bribe point, right? So it's like, all right, we're going for this hike, and then we're doing this sort of thing. They know though. It's like, honestly, I think they're going to be fine. The youngest definitely is well, given their size and their age, they're doing extremely well. So they're both doing extremely well for their ages. I don't have very many concerns. The jet lag a little bit, but I think honestly swapping before we get there is going to help a lot too. And like, because here's the other part of this is if this flight doesn't leave until about now, like realistically I'd want them to sleep on the plane earlier, but like that's not going to happen. So I think the main thing is just going to be keeping them up on the flight, and then we'll zonk out in the hotel when we actually get there. So she'll be good. And then I figured out the app that we can use to like book Shinkansen and everything like that, so I don't have to drag. Well, not that we would have had to drag very many people to. Well, yes and no. Then I don't have to drag anyone to the train station. I think the only thing I can't really book on there is the Nex from like Narita into Tokyo. So that's something we'll just do at the airport when we show up. more or less. There's rarely any problem gate on that train, so. Yeah, and that's part of why it's like, so all of these days, there's really like one thing to do. And if we don't get it done, we don't get it done. Like, it's all repeats for both Dallas and I, really. As I said, there's a few things we have to do. So I have to fabric shop. If we're in the marathons, we have to do marathon associated things. Toji, we have to do Toji. If we don't do anything else, well, and I do actually have to go pray at Fushimi Inari, but we don't have to hike it. These kids are down for a lot of stuff, though. Like, here's the other portion of this, is we've done Disney World with them twice. I think we can do, I think Japan's fine. Japan's probably actually more relaxing than Disney World, so. Although I guess we have done Disney World with the stroller. So this will be like the first trip without a stroller sort of thing. So, although that's something we can rectify when we're there if we need to too. So, get like little umbrella strollers or something. I saw a reel of his dad and like when you get to the final boss in Japan, everyone's always joking about the like stairs in Japanese stations and stuff, because it's true. It's like, Japanese stations are not exactly the most accessible buildings some days. But he's like the final boss, and then the camera flips to him, and he's got a double stroller in Japan, and I'm like, oh my god. And like not a back-to-back like inline, but a dually like we have, and I'm like, that would be really hard in Japan. I don't even know if it would fit with the kids on some of the elevators. So we're going to try our best to not need a stroller or two. But if we do, we do. It's all good. It would just be like a little umbrella stroller. The only problem is that they are getting to the weight limits for a lot of this stuff. And it's like, okay. Like their bike seats this year that they're had outgrown already. Not like we hadn't been using them for 3 years already, so. All right, there we go. Okay, so I think we'll have all the pockets ready, and then I think we might be able to get the outsides at least clipped together, the exteriors. So we may get some sewing of the exteriors done. If we don't, we've done quite a bit. And then I'll be back on tonight and we can finish up like a lot of that work. And then we'll do whatever we need to do. Feel that I definitely need that. Like, well, I guess I'm going for a run at like 3. I'm going to cheat and buy a coffee today. Yeah, that's what I'll do. They're really, like, I don't know. There's not a lot of tight spaces in Japan, but I'm just thinking it's like some of these elevators are like 2 or 3 person capacity, maybe 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So like you could do the elevator with the stroller, but the kids would have to get out of the stroller and stand. Not a big deal, but annoying. I would not take our big running stroller there as part of it. Yeah. No. I'm sure they exist there, but I would not personally want to do it that way. And honestly, I think they're old enough and strong enough at that point to be able to do the majority of what we're going to do in a day. It's just like, and again, that's why we're practicing, because then we're not showing up to Japan and expecting them to do a 5K with over 200 meters elevation change. Right? We've done it here, so we all know what to expect. It's like, okay, you got to have the bribes, the snacks. I have to be bribed up a hill sometimes, even if it is Fushimi and Ari. And then have the end goal too of like, okay, we're gonna do the hike, and then we'll go to this, like ice, proper sit down, like coffee and snack. So, and there's also figuring out strategies for like, okay, so Dallas is usually the one carrying the backpack, but because we got the kids now, we'll end up carrying 2 backpacks. So I'll carry one kid's stuff and whatever I need to carry. Then he'll carry one kid's stuff and whatever he needs to carry. With the exception of like Toji and stuff like that, where I'll carry the trekking backpack for the buying and everything like that. Because then more or less what, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Oh, man. Okay. Why doesn't my shoulder tell me things before it gets like cranky? Now it's cranky. We should see if I can book a massage for next, like, after Victoria. It's not happening this weekend. I just ruined the work that they did anyway. No. Fuck. Okay. That's an easy fix at least. The pocket was folded down and I didn't realize before I ended up catching it. So let's just pop those stitches. Open again. Not a big deal. There we go. That's better. And I'll just restart the seam from down here. Hi, cat. Yes, I know you're a very pretty boy. Oh, you're like, I haven't hung out all day, and now I need all the love. Yeah, is that how this is going? Oh, you like that, ain't no, hey? Little devil face. Oh, I just realized that I don't actually have the camera over the sewing space again. But you get a very glorious view of this cat who's like, fuck yeah. Does that feel better? Yeah, do you need more? Maybe right there. Oh, like this. Yeah. Ooh. Is that better? Oh, so happy. You're like, fuck yeah. Yeah. Better? Oh, yeah. There we go. Pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. Pretty kitty. Yeah, no. Better? Do you need more love or are you good? All right, off you go. La, 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 la. Bloop. Excellent. Here we go. Nope. I say as this pocket is also folded down, fixed. Okay. So yeah, I was chatting with Dawson. It's like, okay, so if 2027 and if he doesn't, especially if he doesn't get into Tokyo in 2026, the marathon, and we do end up having to go for 27 instead, if the dates shuffle around, like if everything lines up how we're planning it would right now, I think what we'd end up doing is going down to Kagoshima and Nagasaki in between the two events, which would be a lot of fun. Basically be 2 weeks in between the events, and I would want to be back for Toji, or Kitano, or both, which would be fine actually, because what we could end up doing then is it's like go down to Kagoshima for like the week that it would be after the marathon, and then come back up for those events in Kyoto in 27, and then if it's just Kyoto that we run in 27, if I run Kyoto in 27, the kids and I would just stick around after, like Dallas would come for the week, and I think the kids and I would just stick around afterwards and do Toji, because then Dallas wouldn't have to take any vacation. It really does depend on what his vacation, or sorry, right, go do Sapporo, and then I wouldn't be jet lagged for Kyoto. Go down and do Kyoto, and then the kids and I would stick around for Toji. Something new. That's all I want from that trip is something new, and I do want to get out of like the golden triangle of Kyoto, Osaka, Tokyo. And I've heard amazing things about Kagoshima, like they're super friendly and like it's a gorgeous area and like it's not highly touristed because it is quite a ways out of the way. Like, I think it's another. Like, Hiroshima is 5 hours out of Tokyo, I think. Is it 5 hours? And then I think it's like 5.5 hours via train down to Nagasaki from Osaka. So there's that factor and like all of that too. Oh, it's just as bad as it was. I don't know what's up with this cat. I need to take him back to the vet. I did switch him back to the store brand food. Well, still Royal Canine, but like non-special diet food. It hasn't changed anything, so it's not an allergy as far as I can tell. I'm wondering if he needs if he still, however, needs like a little bit of Benadryl or something like that, like an antihistamine maybe. I wonder if that, because it's very likely that it's little like pests, non-communicable pests is what we figure. And the pest treatments do help, but they haven't cleared it up. So I'm wondering if he needs a little bit of like Benadryl or maybe an anti-anxiety. Like, I don't know. Poor guy. Okay, I need to check the seam on this one. And the other part of this is that he's acting completely normal. He's not acting different. Whenever we go to the vet, he's always like super like, meow, don't touch me, vet. So like he's acting like a normal cat. So he's not sick. He's just not right. I don't know. And the thing about it too is it's like I think the cone helps, but then his mental health is like so in the gutter that it's like, all right, is this worth it? I think what I need to do is go discuss it with the vet again, do the pest treatment, get an antibiotic so that mostly clears up, and also slam it with the Benadryl and see if that helps or not. But I don't know. I'll go talk to the vet. We'll get hopefully a different or an updated treatment plan. Wait, did we just run out of thread? I thought we just swapped the... Okay. Alright, well, that's just as good a place as any to like wrap up. That was on the back stitching there. We are not out of bobbin thread. That's what I thought. I was like, didn't we just more or less swap the bobbin? Just the bobbin thread is like freaking out. Lovely. The hell? It's like it will sew along perfectly happily and fine, and then just suddenly it's like, no. I do not. Request denied. It's like, okay. It's not like you haven't done this for thousands of bags before this. By the way, this is terrible, but I'm really considering doing another swap with the room. I really liked having the fabric at least stored in that other room where I could close the door on it. And I think the kids actually do better, at least in the same room as me. Honestly, they usually come out to hang out with me anyway. But I would end up moving all the shelves back into that room and the table for the picking stuff. And then move their like classroom setup back out here. And I'm like, leave the cutting table and the sewing. Like this portion, perfect, golden, it's staying like it is. But I'm wondering if their classroom setup needs to shuffle again. I probably wouldn't do that until we swap out the flooring though, just because. But honestly, I think it might be better because then they can also do some of their schoolwork in the same room as me. Blah, 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 blah. All that jazz. I'm going to float the idea with Dallas because I was really thinking about it the other day. I'm like, why didn't we like just swap the walls the TV was on? And like face them that way. Same as how they're facing in the classroom. It's the same square footage because minus maybe a little bit, but they don't need as much room as the room is. And then it would also solve all the problems of fabric storage for me. Would it be another massive move around? No, actually, because it would just be the fabric storage. So it wouldn't be quite as much like topsy-turvy as the last times. Allergic to a cactus. Yeah, like, I don't know, man. I don't think it's allergies. It is definitely, and the blood work that ended up coming in was that it was probably some sort of pest. Again, not because I did ask this. I'm like, why hasn't Dahlia gotten it then? Our other cat. And the vet said, well, it's non-communicable cooties, right? So. Because the other thing is like nothing else has changed. Of course, it's like, okay, what about the litter and everything like that? I wonder if I should actually change the litter. But it's such a good litter because it's like low dust and low scent. Trap scent, I guess is what I mean by that. I'm like, But it'd be weird for him to develop like a sensitivity to it now when it's all he's used all his life. That's what's weird about it. Dude, why are you going up on the shelf? He's like feeling his beans today. Okay, we are almost through. I'm gonna finish up the interiors and then it is washroom time. Then I have to pay again. Are we surprised? No, we shouldn't be. There's a lot of, I don't normally do 2 French presses of coffee in the morning. I actually cut back my caffeine consumption significantly since I was younger. But yeah, apparently 2 French presses. Or 1 French press too many. Actually, never mind. Now that I mentioned it, it's like, it's brought attention. So I'm going to finish this one. This is a good one. This is well over halfway through the amounts that we need to sew anyway. So I will be right back again. La, 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 la. Okay, I have returned. Let's get these pockets done before I need to run. There's like 19 or something like that left, I think. So, yay, pretty good. Yeah, actually, I should chat with my friend and see what she uses for her cat for litter, and then maybe I will make a decision. Well, realistically, I probably should make that decision now because I'm going to do a full litter box swap here. For like litter and everything like that. Actually, it's probably time to do a full like pan change. Oh right, and I was gonna measure the room and update the stuff that goes under the boxes too, like a boot mat or something like that. Right now we've got a little like scritchy paw, like the doormats that you put out front of your door, which is all good, but they've like really absorbed the litter room scents, which is gross. And I think that one of the cats is really only using that to pee on, maybe. So, time to swap out to something different there, I think. At least so that it doesn't trap so much of the scent in the room, necessarily. They work really well for, like, knocking the litter off their paws and stuff, but they're hard to keep clean, so... Alright, into just the blue ones. So we're well over halfway. I'm ready for a nap. Nappity nap nap nap. I was complaining about the eldest coming downstairs so early, but at the same time I was so ready for bed that by like midnight I think I turned the light out at like 11:50 and I'm like, ugh. I don't think I would have gotten much work done last night anyway, past that point. Oh, well, okay, I would have gotten more sewing work. I would have been able to get all the pockets installed, which was the goal. But I don't think there would have been much more beyond that, so. Oh, well. We're here. We're doing the work now. Hopefully it goes smoother tonight. Like I said, I'll keep them up a little bit later because as much as it's like, yes, you're in bed. Well, okay, one goes to bed early and then wakes up like that. And the other goes to bed, doesn't go to bed until like 9. That's part of it. It's like if they both fell asleep at 7, I would have still had like almost 4 hours of work time. But they both have such like different sleep schedules. Okay, so what's after this? So these, I'm not going to wedge them right away. We'll do all of them at once. I want to get the exteriors done too so that we can wedge everything at one time. Because the bags that are like parceled out, just so I could keep track of what else we were going to sew. Like, don't over sew the pockets if I'm not going to use them right now. That's the kind of time crunch around there, right? So yeah, also the exteriors, which means clipping all the D-rings into the interiors. Oh, crap. Okay, I think I have just enough. I do have more D-rings on order for gold color, and at least the black ones, if I need to, I can get in Calgary ASAP. Well, maybe, hopefully. But, yeah, it's raining again. What the hell? It was supposed to stop raining. That's probably why I wanted to wait. Oh, I hope it doesn't. Is it changed to like thunderstorms? Shit. God. This summer has been so erratic. Like, rain for the next hour. Windy at 3. Of course it would be windy. At least it's like, it's not pouring rain like it was earlier, but it is going to be damp. Actually, what is the weather look? It is long-term forecast, but what's the weather looking like in Victoria? Spectacular. Partly cloudy on Sunday with a high of 20 degrees. Amazing. Love it. I think it's supposed to be decent the next couple of days, which is a little bit annoying because I don't feel like I will try not to hold guilt about how busy it is right now, and they're just like kids will be inside. I guess I can boot them outside. That's the whole point, right? Sittervising. Although honestly, they both requested that we just have a pajama weekend, so honestly, that's probably the better option anyway. Most we'll have to do is get dressed on Sunday to go for sushi. And that's in part because it's like Tara's birthday was like this past week, so take her out for like a thank you for helping me and happy birthday dinner. Ooh, new eyeballs. Just one right now, or when's your next? Because they don't do them both at the same time, do they? My father-in-law is actually getting his cataracts done right now too. His like next surgery is next week, I think. I don't know if a crochet basket is supposed to be wavy or not. I do not crochet, or if I do, it's like dishcloths, which are always wavy because I am not a crocheter. I guess the question is, are you intending for it to be wavy? Or is it something you can tolerate? Because if you can't tolerate it, rip it out. Rip it. I think that's the better judge. Is it consistently wavy, and are you happy with it? Because otherwise, who cares? Actually, pushing them over this end has been better because they haven't been pulling as hard. Which is actually something I think we should, what I want to adopt is like a bin system underneath here as well. So it's like when I'm chain piecing, everything just kind of gets pushed over the edge into a bin. And then it's just like, doo, 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 doo. What? Bilateral movement, lady. It's good for your brain. I guess crochet is technically bilateral as well. Really, because you're holding the yarn. Or you're holding the project and the needle, or the hook. So. Okay, 3 years ago. Okay. So this is the second eyeball then. panic has subsided a bit. We've actually gotten a shit ton. Considering where we started today, we have gotten a lot done. And as I mentioned, I do have a full day tomorrow to do as well. And realistically Sunday too, but I want to clean on Sunday. Especially down here because the litter box room needs a deep clean. And so I want to get it done before Tara comes and sits in the basement with me. But actually, so that should be I probably should do it Saturday and start it Saturday night. Yeah. Then Sunday can also be, like I said, mowing the lawn and stuff like that too. Oh man, yeah. Well, I guess maybe it's the same as like almost getting new glasses. I always find I have like an adjustment period in getting new glasses when you get that, like, it's good, but it's terrible. It's good, but this sucks. Oh no. So last year it was the left shoulder that spasmed. This year the right shoulder is like, hello, I am here and I would like to discuss your warranty. I thought I trimmed these down so they all match yesterday. Oh yeah, because they do. I just figured it was either nauseous or nauseous anxiety. Anxious. I like it. Be a good description for like getting nausea when you're anxious. All right, we have 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, really? 4, 5, 6. We're down to 6. We're down to 6 interiors. Holy shit. Down to 6 interiors. Actually, on Monday I want to take the kids out. I ran a different route than I normally do the other day because I was like, well, it's like, I don't know, it's 8K. And it was also the middle of the afternoon and it was cooking. So Dallas was like, yeah, run up the middle of town because it'll be more shaded. I'm like, sure, let's do it. And then it took me all the way into the back of the ranch as well, which I found out there's a black bear in. As of yesterday morning, and I ran there on Wednesday. Of course, it's always a risk, right? So we're in black bear country. I do not want to run into a black bear. Grizzlies are bigger, black bears are scarier to me. Actually, the scariest thing of all is cougars. But yeah, they've previously the path through the ranch had been graveled, but I didn't realize that what they'd done, they've gone through and paved a bunch of paths. Oh my God, the uproar it's caused. Even Dallas was like, oh no, my nostalgia. But the paths are so much nicer now. Oh my God. Because I've been like, oh, these are like, they were super rutted and like worn down and thin in areas. And like a couple of the corners that these paths are on were blind corners, and so you have someone whip around with a fucking mountain bike and like you're running along, and anyway, it was bad. Long story short, I hadn't realized that they'd gone into the ranch and paved a lot of the paths in there either. So it's actually a nice, flat, wide straightaway for the kids with their bikes. So I'm gonna take them out on Monday for that, I think. I was gonna take them out tomorrow for that, but I think we all need, or well, they especially are going to want a day in, and that suits my purposes excellently since I need to crunch time tomorrow. Well, we're already crunch timing, but we're like panic time tomorrow. But don't panic time tomorrow. I don't have time to panic. It's just get shit done. Get it done. Get it done. Get it done. Get it done. Yeah, I think the upkeep's going to be easier too. It was a like red rock path before, but like the paved path is going to be easier to plow in the wintertime. Like it's going to make that more accessible. Everyone's complaining because it's like, well, it's the only soft land path in town, and it's like, well, that's true, but then there's literally grass on either side of it in a lot of the areas that you're talking about, so I'm not sure what you want. Anyway, I think it was a good move. And here's the thing, our town, I don't agree with a lot of the decisions that our town council does. We haven't had any good candidates. I also don't vote in the elections. I don't really have a lot of room to say on these. And they did acknowledge it. It's like, this would be a hard decision either way, because there's a lot of people that had been asking for the paved paths. Probably, well, obviously it weighed more in the decision of like pave the paths than it did in don't pave the paths. But honestly, yeah, like we have snow consistently and ice, and so it's just that's part of it. Now they can actually plow really. I don't think they were able to plow the paths before. And it's like the way that it's all going right now after this big interchange construction is done as well, is like our neighborhood and the neighborhood across the highway are both going to be better connected. They're also going to be paved paths. So I don't know what they want. I don't know what people want. I think it was a good move. Even Dallas is like, well, my nostalgia was like, boo, but they're so much nicer. Yes, better for families. Like I just mentioned, this path is going to be way better. Like the fact that they paved into the ranch is going to be nicer to take the kids on. There isn't a shit ton of bikes whipping around like there is on the other path systems that we have as an option for biking right now with them, because they're slow and terrified. I don't know how to get over that yet, because the eldest is like, they can pedal well and everything like that. They have training wheels. The training wheels don't stay on the ground. They do a bit of a wobble, so they still have to keep some balance. But like I tried to go for a bike ride with them the other day, and they were just like, no, like fighting the whole time about it. And I'm like, well, but I thought you wanted to bike. Selfishly, I want them to be able to bike, because I'm like, then you can chase me on your bikes while I run, and I don't have to be so confined to like school hours with my runs. So that would be a lot of fun, is if I could take their bikes for after school, we eat in the Jeep or picnic or whatever, and then they could follow me on their bikes while I run. But I'm not there yet. We'll get there eventually, I think, hopefully. Am I frustrated? Yes. Is it okay? Yes. Both ways. Although these training wheels are really cool. They're not even like really installed. They're like little magneticized training wheels. So it's going to be super, like they're big enough bikes at this point that they'll be able to keep them for a few years, hopefully. Which, by the way, if you are Canadian and you have a Sport Chek or Canadian Tire, I think. No, it's Sport Chek. If you have a Sport Chek near you or want to order online, the beginning of June had some fucking amazing deals for bikes. So our kids will never get a bike for their birthday, or they'll get an IOU. Because it was like kids' bikes for like $70 or $80 off. We've done a lot of secondhand bikes. There was nothing really available when we were looking, so. And honestly, the beginning of June makes more sense for when to like buy bikes anyway, because that's like not mid-season, but like mid-early season. Definitely early season for kids. So. been quieter behind the house, but yeah, the kids aren't in school right now. Oh my God, 2 more. This is 2 of 2 left. Yay! Pentultimate! Now, I do not know where my little cleverly marked ruler is. Actually, it might be in the bin with the clips. That would make sense on some level. Or it might be in here. Oh, well, there's the smaller one that I was like, I don't know where this is yesterday. Although, honestly, that the wider one worked better, I think, anyway, because just did. It works so much better than using this dinky little one for this. For like lining up the pockets. I think that did go far faster than it ever has before. So, last interior. We've done it. Ho ho ho. And we still have another full day of work. Woo! Actually, okay. They've both been asking for cheesy eggs. It's just scrambled eggs with cheese, basically. So that'll be breakfast. Then I think tomorrow is another frozen pizza day. It'll be for lunch with some salad. So we do get some sort of veggie. Or carrot and cucumber, something like that. They don't have school on Monday. So Monday will be, right, cleaning. Because I've got I've moved my long runs to Tuesdays because my thought process is that when they're in school, which is very soon, the Tuesdays I drop Dallas off, I can run while I'm in the city. And then the Tuesdays where I pick him up, I can run before I pick him up. Far less disruptive to work. Because Tuesdays are already always a shambles anyway, so why not just lean into it, sort of thing. We're not going to worry about trimming those apart. That's something I can definitely do when the kiddos are around. Oh, we did it. That's all the interiors. Woo! I don't know why I sounded like a ghost. Just ignore me. Ooh. Oh, God. Okay. Sure. Here's our pile of blue. I always forget too that honestly, yes, we have more prep time right now that we take, but like, wait, I thought I paired all of these up. Why are those down there? What the heck just happened? I thought that I paired up all I did. Oh, right. So those were the ones that were, yeah, never mind. We counted those. Those aren't extra. And those were accounted for. They were just the ones that didn't have bags to parcel them out with yet. Also, I am totally, okay, yeah, never mind. I've mentioned this multiple times now. But we are missing bags, and I think they ended up in the tote for the tote bags, like the bin for the tote bags. So we'll look for them later. I have a whole stack of small box bags I really wanted to finish too, and it's just not going to happen. Sad days. Okay, whatever. More later. Okay, you go over there. You come here. There's some needle stashers that are finished, I guess. Pop them there. I'm also realizing that we're going to eventually, sooner rather than later, need to do that thing of the things, cake cozies. Is something that we're gonna have to prep here soon too. Probably before Knit City. Yeah, there's a lot to do for Knit City, to be honest. See, I wanted the other one because I don't want to have to mark this one with the stuff too. Oh well. So what I was thinking with these guys this time is we're just going to use the one piece on this side and we'll clip everything into them. And then we'll just wing it with the other one. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Great mitt full of clips, because as much as it's an open top and decently easy to lift them out of the bin, having them on the desk is easier. Plus then it pushes me to pick up some of the ones that are on the floor. Kind of. Okay, turn the machine off. I don't need to sew through my finger while I do this. You know, now I can put my foot on the, proving my point, I can put my foot on the pedal and it won't sew through my fingers accidentally. So the arbitrary split here was also not for what stitching colors and stuff like that, but the arbitrary split there was actually for that other fucking thing. Oh, whether they're getting blue pockets or not blue pockets. All right, we got a whole mitt full of ones here that are already done. Yay, look at that. Look at all these. Woo! I'm not as deprived of hardware as I thought. I'm not deprived of hardware. That's hyperbole. But I don't need to worry quite so much about my hardware numbers as I had anticipated. All right, starting off strong here with this one, the kittes. What jumped into my brain was black, but we're going to use this. I don't remember what we matched up with. I know we cut enough for everything, but I don't remember what we matched with. Actually, now that I've used that wider ruler for the other work of doing the pockets, I have my quilt ruler down here. And you know what? I think it would work similar or better than the shorty ruler again. Let's try this. Because it's 2.5 inches down. And like when we find, oh God, but there's tape in the middle, right where I need it off. Okay. Painter's tape can come off. We can always put more painter's tape later. It's like one of the cheap hacks that it's actually worked. The suggestion was if you need, because these aren't non-stick rulers, but it was like, if you need a non-stick ruler, just use some painter's tape. Dun-dun. This one is actually too wide. Anyway. So that is 2.5 inches down. And then I don't have to measure twice. I only have to measure once. And look at this. Measure once, clip twice, so we're good. I think there's more ring coming in again. Damn it. Like that. Now, I think some of these, I'm pretty sure the like navy with the rainbow is for the Alice bags probably. One of the things I have enjoyed about only having a very limited amount of pocket fabrics is it's like, all right, paws or blue, and all the animals or all the cats and dogs are paws. That's been extremely easy. There we go, clipped. I do think that was actually faster than doing it the other way too. God damn. Now we can always swap hardware. I think for this one, usually I would go black, but because of the bright pink little speech bubbles, we're actually going to go with the pink and iridescent here for the popcorn cats. Looks like you need a lit. Actually, let's just zoom you in. One moment. Why not? Okay. Well, at least on here. One moment. Why do I have 2 fonts? Fuck off. Get out of here. Do-do-doom. Do-do-doom. Actually, I think Let's zoom out, not zoom in. Let's see. Or that. There we go. Now you can actually see what I'm working on. Woo. Can you see it on the Streamlabs? Or both? Yeah, Twitch and YouTube. Shuffle. Complete. All right. Sure. What we do next is clip and clip and done and done. Yay. All right. And then I'll get their top pieces from the bin later. Not a worry right now. This needs to be navy and gunmetal. Could do navy and black too, but honestly the gunmetal matches the Shiba a little bit better. It's a little bit more, or like less stark, more like a charcoal color. Doom, too far. Doom, doom, doom. It was like, you want 2 3/4. It's like, no, I don't. I want 2 1/2. 2 1/2. All right, I love matching the, yeah. And this is where we're really having the fun. I think streamlining a lot of the like other things have made sense, but not streamlining the webbing and hardware as much. Because we've streamlined the interior fabric, which, oh my God, so much easier. And it has gone with everything we've done so far. Knock on wood. Yeah, it's just been good. And I think we're not going to hardcore streamline the zippers, but we are definitely going to streamline the zippers into like a few more main colors. I do want to get the hot pink back in stock. And lime green. It's just like it'll be stuff that we end up just not ordering as often mostly. Because like yes, lime green is amazing to have, but we're not going to use it all the time. So, but when we need it, we need it. That's part of it too. I guess I could always still order like 1 pieces. Actually, I wonder what the cost for closed end zippers with YKK is. Because like I know what the zipper tape amount or like rolls is. Yeah, I wonder what it actually would be. This feels like it should actually be gray with black, I think. Or was it sand with black? No, gray, because it matches the kitties. Again, it's been so long since we matched these up, I don't remember. But oh well. We'll work with what we got. I don't have gunmetal anymore, so we're just going to use black. That is sand, not silver. Fuck. Ah! Yeah, why? Okay, there's the other silver. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Sand, silver, black. I think, oh, that's what it was. We cut 100 Kato before Dawson, but we also had a bin of ones we hadn't finished yet. Because, hi, me. Right, because a lot of these already had webbing and hardware attached with them. That's why we've got such a big pile of them here. Right. Again, I don't remember. But because we've disassembled the packages to be able to do stuff, I don't know what goes with what right now. So we'll just, it's usually pretty straightforward. I don't think my opinions change very rapidly on these ones, but we might end up with some discrepancy. And no, this is not worth taking notes on. In some ways. Some ways, yes. Some ways, no, because there's just a lot of moving parts. Making notes about what the pockets are from the minis, to me, makes sense. Okay, that's not completely square across the top, so I'm going to actually align it with this line right here. That is actually where it's supposed to go. So that means that the D-rings at least will be square. even if it's not necessarily square across the top. Okay. Popcorn puff balls. Popcorn puff balls, popcorn puff balls. I feel like you were to be navy. Yeah, that looks good. Even if it wasn't, it looks good. Doom, 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 doom. Okay. And then sexy chicken leg cat is definitely navy and black. This is also the one that's got the cat butt. Butt. Doom, doom. Okay, square. Square on that edge. Good. Pop it in, pop it in. Yeah, I think this is faster. Doing it on one side is definitely faster than like putting them to. Oh, that's why we put them together in the past, though, is because they all need to be wedged. Continuing on. Keep clipping while you think about this. Technically, I could still, I don't know. Yes, because it definitely takes less material or less thread to, of course, sew through less. Actually, I'm going to do brown with this one. It is bright pink, but the kitty cats on here are mostly brown, to be honest. And then we're going to do a gold D-ring. So yeah, so wedge them before or wedge them after they get sewn together. That's really the difference. If I don't wedge them before, and then I can still like wedge them afterwards. I don't know. Okay, so I have thrown myself a little bit off of my production. That's okay. Okay, definitely brown for this teal. Or did I choose teal for this? Pretty sure I would have chosen brown for it, but we'll just double. Ooh, but teal looks fucking amazing. So, teal, brown. Subtle or bright? So like this. Wait, what? Turn your ruler around, or like this. Because that's what I'm trying to avoid. We would just use the small guy for that. Sorry. And I'm doing it this way because I have to math list this way because it's a 3.5 inch wide zipper. Ruler. Zipper. Turquoise brown, turquoise brown, turquoise brown, turquoise brown, turquoise, turquoise. Sorry, Wendy, my brain is like no thoughts, just do right now. Nope, black. I was like, wait, what am I doing? It's black cats, so it should be black hardware. Squared up. Squared up. Actually that, nope. So many rectangle pieces for this cut that doesn't have the templates, but it's almost tempting to like just do a template for this and then it could slot in like right here. Navy and black because hi, tuxedo cats, and also blue background. That is properly square, but the top is not square, so we could trim it down, or we could just ignore it. Okay, well, as long as I know that it's not square, we're good. Okay, this side is the squaring side. And there, compensated. Navy with black, navy with black. Some reason there's no navy with black in here. Okay, handful of extra hardware. We definitely don't need any gold options for a little bit, because that is a lot of this. There's also a lot of black with black, but there is no like navy with black for whatever reason. Weird. Yeah, it's like it wasn't supposed to rain all day, and now it's raining harder than it was like 15 minutes ago when I mentioned that it wasn't supposed to rain today, again today, all day. It's a little bit too far. Scoot. This looks like it needs red. I was thinking navy, but honestly seeing it now, I'm like, no, let's do red. Doom, 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 doom. There's red and black or red and gunmetal. I think red and gunmetal for this one, because then it'll pick up the red of the popcorn buckets with the dogs. It's a little bit too far. There, that should get caught. Go. Snag another clip. Pop it over here. Boop. And then this is obviously navy with black. So that's why I've got the black here. Also these are actually the clip bins from the clips that I've bought and decanted into that bin, which has been super helpful. They make way more sense in a big open bin for us, but they work really well for containing these. So I think that's kind of the system we'll do in future when we're doing even the bin cuts and stuff like that. What was the big thing that, oh right, it was this webbing and like D-rings that I was like, all right, we got to figure out how to corral them. I think probably the best option for that is going to be like as soon as we like basically sew the drawstrings and then cut the webbing and clip everything together. Because by the time we get to this point, we'll be able to like all the drawstrings, will have to start coming off anyway, because, or it doesn't matter because the oh god, the drawstrings are obviously going to match the bag that we're working on, right? So that's what it is. Sushi neko, sushi neko, sushi neko. The next red one. Sushi neko, sushi neko, sushi neko. This clip's almost broken. This clip's almost broken. It's freaking out. I think it just needs to be shoved. No, it needs to be shoved back. Weird. Okay, how are they supposed to look? Yeah, it's not seated correctly anymore. That's no fun. Aha, I fixed it. No, I don't think... Should Sushi Neko go with navy? I think Sushi Neko should be navy because then it's like... navy or red with black. That's what I have here, but I don't think the red with black matches the navy or the Sushi Neko, because the sushi, like the red in the background is so dark or darker. Clip. Or we could go with black, but I think navy, gold or bronze. Gold, bronze, gold, bronze, gold, bronze. Gold's too bright. Let's use bronze. That's the wrong way for the thing. There we go. Let's put the thread right here. Thread right here. Boop. Whee! Oh, I see what you're saying, because it's a 3.5 inch wide zipper or ruler, because then I could just line up with the inch line. Fuck me, you're right. Yep. See, I got there eventually. God. Oh well, got there eventually. Oh, big stretches. The aha moment, right? Finally, like, why is it? It's like, yeah, we gotta go sleep on it. I need to sleep on it. Look at me go. Is it concerning that I didn't get that originally? Probably. We're just going to ignore that. Okay. I feel like Sushi Neko. Is it navy, or was this also supposed to be silver? Or do I not have any more silver? I don't have any more silver. Ooh, but brown would look... Oh, fuck yeah. The brown. The brown! And then, should I, like, swap to the bronze? Yes. Sorry, navy, you're losing your bronze. Mine now. That's why it's like, as much as it's like, oh god, why didn't I just get this all done at once? Sometimes things just have to cook for a while. Also, this brown is like such a good combo. Yeah. It is such a weird measurement. It's like, why isn't this? I need like a 4-inch ruler. A big 4-inch ruler, though, and a long one. I also still want a 6x24 inch one. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. I need a 6x24 for like cake cozies and stuff like that. And I know you're trying to help. Sometimes I'm just really slow. Yeah, we're just going to say, in this case, I was extremely slow because, my God, my brain. Okay, I think we should do brown with this one as well. No. I saw it together. I'm like, no, that's not the right color combo for this. I think it needs to be the blue again. Yeah. Navy, 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 navy. but with a black D-ring, black D-ring, black D-ring, black D-ring. And yes, I don't take offense to it. It's just like, yeah, no, I'm just slow. Some days. Some days it's like, oh yeah, I got this. And then some days it's like, blah. That's the brain. That's the brain noise some days. A great big siphoning like slurp. Is that so? Is this so that you can cut 2.5-inch strips easier? Holy shit. 4x12. The cake cozies are a little bit larger than that, so like a 4x24 would be useful. I like the 24-inch rulers because we cut so much selvage to selvage that I need it longer than the 22 inches that most of the standardized like selvages. So my running bra. I've got the battle tank on today. I was intending to run earlier today, so I've been in the battle tank all day and it's like starting to get sore. The battle tank being the like the one that like holds everything, all the bits in properly, but it's like if you wear it longer than you're supposed to, it's extremely uncomfortable. I have hit extremely uncomfortable and I still haven't run yet. Damn it. I wish there was an easier way to do this run on the treadmill, but there really isn't. It's like 400-meter intervals, so it's like up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and the treadmill that we have, it's amazing. Don't get me wrong. I'm extremely like spoiled that this is an option that we have, but it only does time intervals. It doesn't do distance intervals, and it's like, why? It would be really nice to be able to like go in and be like, all right, I need to do 400-meter intervals. Go. But no, it's timed intervals. And it's like, well, that's useful and useless at the same time right now. Cat problems. Specialized cat problems. Hey, we're almost through the kitties, though. Almost through the cats. Almost through the cats. Hi ho the deario, almost through the cats. I think these need gold. Gold? Yes, cats need gold. Obviously. Special kitties. Okay, so we'll have to go get litter afterwards. Because I'll run. I don't know how long. Well, unless I can go. If I can get it before I pick up the kids, I'll get it before I pick up the kids. If I can't, I will go get it with the kids. And then we'll come home. It's microwave dinner tonight, so that's easy peasy. No lemons right now. We already made lemonade. Yeah, and then they can come downstairs and iPad time, and I'll get these exteriors sewn. I'm like, I should go in and just mark all the wedges we need to cut. Dumb. If I was doing that, I may as well just cut them out. I think we might still end up going in and cutting them out. I'm just like, the problem with that being that the adding these in with the clips might mess up the like trajectory of everything, so I don't know yet. Ooh, a 6x36 and a 12x12. Yeah, what do I have right now? I've got the 8x5. I do have the Stripology ruler, but I don't think it's doing what I want it to do, so I might sell it on. It's expensive. I might have gotten enabled by the interwebs. I thought it, and here's the other thing, is I thought because of how much we do that are just rectangles, it would be more useful, but I think, honestly, these rulers are just easier for everything. But if I sold it, I could reinvest it in, like, other rulers that I've realized would be better. Like that. Oh no, I used up the other silver. Oh no, there should be one more silver in here. Is there? There's only one. Damn it, we need two. That's okay. We can use black. Oh, nope, there it is. Haha! Success. I win. I win. Lost your 4x12. That sucks. I hate losing tools. Especially quilt rulers. Heck, it's even like this one is going to like get used until I completely destroy every single marking on it, basically. The corners are looking a little bit shabby, but it's okay. It'll survive. Or it breaks. Because, of course, plastic can still break. But so far, so good. Did I stuff it back in? Fuck me. Okay, there's one. Oh my goodness. Did I really? Fuck. There it is. Is this one long enough? Wait, it's too short, I think. Yeah, it's too short by an inch. What the hell? Why do I have a, like, 2-inch piece? Damn it. Also, that one's black. Why is it in this bin? Okay, well, never mind. Also, okay, so the silver will go back in there. I don't know what to do with that, but I won't throw it out right away. Actually, speaking of which, let's just make sure there's none lurking down here, because I did see. Yep. I think the blue is long enough. No. Yes. No, it's for something else. Okay. I still really want to go get some acrylic templates for like the traveler and sling and stuff like that. I think that would make our processes faster. I am going to take the acrylic templates for the mini. No, not the mini, but for the traveler sling actually to Toji when we go to buy the obi and everything like that. I think it's a smart idea. It's not a terrible idea, at least. So. All right. Navy. Yep. Square. Square enough. Right, square enough. Two, three more. Then we're halfway, I think. I hope so. I hope we're halfway. Teal or brown for the pups. I like the brown, I think. I'm really digging the brown right now. Yeah, and it's a little bit, it matches a bit better with the, what the fuck is with all these shortcuts? Jesus. They're like too small. Must have like, I wonder if I did the, like a big long cut and then accidentally cut a bunch the wrong size or something. Who knows? Gold or black? Black makes sense because there's quite a bit of like black detailing on the dogs. Can always weigh in afterwards. I'm happy to change stuff too, but gonna be running in the rain. The part that sucks about this is its intervals. Oh, fuck. Because running in the rain isn't a big deal. But my, like, down interval is a walk. Ah. Gross. Fuck. It's really So, okay. The next thought that popped into my head is like, okay, well, just don't do your intervals today. And then you could go drop the kids off and do intervals tomorrow if my in-laws are around. The hesitation there being that I have a tempo run on on Sunday, so it'd be 2 brutal speed. Well, tempo run's not too bad, and I will be doing it on the treadmill. But it's like 2 speed workout runs back to back, which I don't think is healthy. Or at least it doesn't. Yeah, the brown really does. And the black makes sense too versus the like gold. The gold is too shiny. Excuse me. Apparently I need more water. Although I could skip the tempo on Sunday and do it on Monday, but then my long run is on Tuesday. Long run. It is a long run for this training program, but like compared to what I've been doing for the rest of the year, it's barely a drop in the bucket. It's like 9.5K or something like that, which, don't get me wrong, it's a lot of running. But compared to like the marathon training we were doing earlier this year, it was nothing. Yeah, this is miserable. Okay. And if I did the 5K, then I could just go out. Could literally heat up the pizza pops, go pick up the kids, and litter. And then they'd be happier because they will have already eaten. And then I could do my 5K afterwards, which means that I would actually get more work done because I would be less disrupted. And then should find out, and then go do my intervals tomorrow. And yes, I will actually go do my intervals tomorrow because the whole point of doing this program right now is speed work. Because yeah, I can't do the intervals on the treadmill. I could still go out and do it in this weather, but it's like windy and rainy. I know I sound really wimpy. I'm such a fair weather runner, it's not even funny. And the decision point is actually like right now. I know this cat fabric is fucking amazing. I've got a teal version of it right now. I'm pretty sure Caroline has it now. Why is the interfacing not sticking to it? We pressed these things. Is it loose all the way down? No, just right there. Okay. TLC that. Okay, what's the weather look like tomorrow? I think it's supposed to look better. Ooh, it's pouring rain it's thunderstorming in Orlando. That's not shocking. It's supposed to be cloudy and 22 tomorrow. Oh, but they want a PJ day tomorrow. If they go out to, well, my in-laws can deal with PJ kids. Okay. Skip today, do tomorrow. Can't fully skip it. Cannot fully skip it. Suck it up and do it in the wind and the rain. It's the more dedicated runaway to do it. Am I that dedicated of a runner? I will have, my work day will be more disrupted tomorrow, so if I took the like extra 2 hours right now, I would probably get more work done than I would get done in the same 2 hours tomorrow. Let's find out if my sister-in-law is in town, because then I could just take them down to her house. One moment. Okay, this one is going to be blah de blah red. Oh, okay. Maybe I should check in with my mother-in-law then, because I could still run down by the river. Or just suck it up and go running today. What to do, what to do, what to do. It's one of the things I hate right now is it feels like I have like, no. Yeah, I know. It's partly the ankle. It's the wind. I don't like running against a headwind, although it is coming out of the north, I guess. Yeah, she's not sure if she's going to do it, so I can't say yay or nay there. I am ahead, not behind, considering like that I had to cut off early last night and stuff, I guess. I was hoping that I'd be at the point of being able to put stuff together right now. Whatever. It is what it is, right? So there's that. I would probably feel better for the run. If I get out and it's fucking miserable, I'm just gonna go do the, I could just go do the 5K that is supposed to happen tomorrow anyway, and then just figure it out from there. I could do that. Cranky pants. Yeah, I wanted to have these smashed together by this point today. But, oh well. We are where we are. Go run. Today, tomorrow. Today, tomorrow. I'll just get my button gear and go run. Bring some extra clothes so that I don't have to sit around in damp afterwards. Because yeah, then we can run to the pet store and get, or hopefully I'll be done in the recommended amount of time. I can just go grab cat litter before kids and then just get kids and then come back. I am in the zone. That's the other part of this. I'm so close to being like done that's part of the hesitation, I think, is it's like we are well and truly very far over halfway. Like what? I distracted myself by texting my sister-in-law. Oh no. And like straight back to it. Where I'm going to run is protected. Actually, if I went and ran behind the houses like I was thinking about earlier, it would be even more protected. And actually where I would run for down by the river is also decently protected. Shit. Okay, fine. Fine. I guess. It's going to happen. It's just more of a question, is it happening today or tomorrow, I guess. And if I were to take the 2 hours that I'm taking for this right now, would that be better today or tomorrow as well? Is this intended? No, I think those were intended to be navy. Pretty sure this was the one that the yellow was intended for. It's either yellow or red. Yellow looks good with the sushi. 2:42. I have 3 minutes to decide. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I'm glad I didn't go do it earlier, because even going and doing it now, it is far more pleasant weather than it was this morning, because it was just like straight down rain this morning. Although I guess now it's blowing rain, so maybe that wasn't the best decision. I won't be running with the down where the bear is. So that is funny you mention it. I probably should be carrying fucking bear spray. God damn. I do have bear spray. You're right. And the other part of this is with it raining, I will not get overheated, which is also nice with these intervals because the last few times it's been on track, which has no fucking shade. It's also not 26 above like it was on my long run day when I finally got out to it. Actually, I think it was only 25. Oh, but I'm also so close to the end. Damn it. Oh, fuck me. I'm supposed to actually be adhering that interfacing to that cat bag too. Actually, I'm going to turn it off and we'll do it later. I've set it aside. And once it sews in, it'll also help, but it does actually need to be pressed down too. Rain, 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 rain. This is definitely meant to be a yellow one, actually. Yeah, I shouldn't throw myself off my schedule. Okay, I will wrap up on this one, and then I'm going to head out for this run. As much as I don't want to. As you hear me constantly complaining. Again, cat problems, right? But oh, well, I've got my audiobook. I can listen to my audiobook guilt-free if I go for my run, right? That's how this works, right? Totally how it works. All right, there we go. Owl's done. How many do we have left? I will give you a count, and then we know how much work I have to do when I get home with the kiddos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This one dropped. There's only 15 left. Oh. Okay. Well, I will be back on tonight because we're in the final push right now. We want to get the exteriors assembled and we want to get the smash together done so that tomorrow, yeah, the small smashing. That sounds like some sort of like, God, my mind is in the gutter. Sounds like some sort of smut book title. Just a small smashing, please. Anyway, chat with you later, Wendy, and whoever else is here, or have a good day whenever you are. And yeah, I'll be back tonight so that we can get this done. I will be progressed by the time you see me next because I will work once the kids are home. All right. Thanks so much. Thank you. I'll be careful. You'll see me tonight. You'll know if I succeeded or not. Thanks so much, and chat with you later. Boom, boom, boom.